Careful, doors are now closing. The capsule will be leaving the station. The capsule will be leaving the station. Stand clear of disembarking passengers. The capsule will be leaving the station momentarily. Careful, doors are now closing. Nearing next stop. Nearing next stop.
Hey friend, I've heard you're gazing at the stars tonight, wondering if the universe is worth the flight. I know it's vast and can feel like too much to take, the controls, the worlds, the risks you're scared to make. But trust me when I say the journey's worth the while. Together we'll explore and I promise you'll smile. So come and join me in this dancing sky so wide. We'll fly our ships together, let curiosity be our guide. From unknown towering heights to Houston's dusty plains, in Star Citizen, adventure flows like endless rains. Side by side we'll chart the stars, no need to go alone. In this vast expanse of space we'll make the verse our own. I remember when I first sat in that pilot's seat, cockpit lights all blinking, controls beneath my feet. The galaxy seemed endless and I felt so small, but step by step I learned, and soon I had it all. Now every planet's surface feels like home to me, and I can't wait to share this wondrous galaxy. You've heard about the glitches, the bugs along the way, but updates keep on coming, improving day by day. The community's amazing, always here to lend a hand, and I'll be right here with you as we explore this land. Don't let your doubts confine you or keep your dreams in flight. In the ever explorers will set our course tonight. So take my hand, let's journey through the stars above. From microtech to peaks to crusaders, clouds we love. We'll mine the asteroids' riches, chase the comets' tails. In Star Citizen, we'll write our own epic tales. Side by side we'll navigate, no need to be alone. In this expansive universe, we'll claim it as our own. No planet shines so bright. Trading goods or hunting bounties, choose your path of light. The learning curve is steep, but the rewards are grand. We'll build our legacy together, hand in hand. Every challenge that we face will make us stronger still. In the boundless realm of stars, we'll forge our will. So let's ignite the engines and set our sights ahead. In Star Citizen, together new adventures spread. The universe is calling, it's time for us to start. Embark with me, my friend, let's journey heart to heart.
muted this time?
No, the whole stream is muted.
Oh, I must have had
No, the
some
whole
messed up.
stream is muted. I hear myself now.
I must have had some
No.
messed up. Yeah, hold on.
I hear myself
thought-
now.
I must have had some
No.
messed up. Yeah.
Hello,
Why do I-
me. I hear myself now.
Hold on, I'm getting some feedback.
Hello,
Where's that
me.
feedback coming from? Technical difficulties today, guys. Like I said, I got up about an hour ago, whether you heard it or not. Today, guys. Like I said, I got up about an hour ago, whether you heard it or not. Give me just a second.
I hope you love recursive audio.
Oh yeah. Just a second.
I hope you love recursive audio.
Oh yeah. Just a second.
I hope you love recursive audio.
Oh yeah. Just a second.
I hope you love recursive audio.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Puff.
Hello.
Yo,
Hello, Puff.
Welcome.
So confused. I was like, "What's going on?" It's so quiet.
yo,
We got some technical difficulties. You're not.
What's going on? It's so quiet.
yo,
We got some technical difficulties. You're not.
What's going on? It's so quiet.
yo.
We got some technical difficulties. You're not. We got some technical difficulties. You're not.
The audio. We're gonna turn the audio back on here, and we're gonna see where it's coming from. We're gonna turn the audio back on here, and we're gonna see where it's coming from. We're gonna turn the audio back on here, and we're gonna see where it's coming from. We're gonna turn the audio back on here, and we're gonna see where it's coming from. Sorry guys, just another few more minutes of technical difficulties trying to figure out where the feedback is. Guys, just another few more minutes of technical difficulties trying to figure out where the feedback is. Guys, just another few more minutes of technical difficulties trying to figure out where the feedback is.
I don't think it's any of us in Discord.
No, I already checked that.
I don't think it's any of
Oh,
us in Discord.
Oh, there's a
No, I already checked that.
there's a placeholder ball in
No, I already checked that.
there's a placeholder ball in there's a placeholder ball in
Where? The fuck? Where? The fuck? Where?
I wonder who freed me from that sea.
Okay, we're just gonna close all of my YouTube. Okay, all of them. Just gonna close all of my YouTube. Okay, all of them. Don't mind me, I only had like 12 open. Don't mind me, I only had like 12 open.
Now, I wasn't here last week. Were the mutton chops present, or is that a recent development? Were the mutton chops present?
The mutton
or is that a
chops?
recent development? Yeah, on you.
Me?
On me?
No, oh no, you got a goatee.
Me?
Okay, the shadow made it look like you had mutton chops. Oh, no, you got a goatee.
Yeah, I just, I pasted them on just for this stream. Yeah, I just, I pasted them on just for this stream.
Hey man.
Yeah, I just, I pasted them on just for this stream.
Hey man.
Where is that echoing from? You guys can hear it too, though, right? It's not just me?
Yeah, definitely. When I listen to the stream, for sure.
Though, right? It's not just me.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
don't have the stream
When I
up.
listen to the stream, for sure.
Would restarting the stream help?
Don't have the stream.
No, restarting the stream shouldn't help.
Would restarting the stream help? Oh.
No, restarting. Ah, this is the first time that this has happened.
Oh.
Ah, this is the first time that this has happened. I shouldn't say the first time. It happened like early on. I shouldn't say the first time. It happened like early on. But I never had a tab I couldn't find. YouTube is all closed. How am I getting feedback? Okay. YouTube is all closed. How am I getting feedback? Okay. YouTube is all closed. How am I getting feedback? YouTube is all closed. How am I getting feedback? Okay, fine. Close all windows. Okay, fine.
Does that do it?
Close all windows. Okay, fine.
Does that do it?
Is it something in OBS maybe?
It's.
Does that do
Is
it?
I
it
don't
something
know.
in OBS maybe?
It would have to be. I don't know.
Oh, do you have like a?
It would have to be.
Yeah, maybe like an audio
I can
channel
change
set
it.
wrong.
It would have to be.
Yeah, maybe like an audio
I can
channel
change
set
it.
wrong.
I don't. I've not changed
Are
any of
you-
the settings, so
Are you like monitoring an audio channel?
I shouldn't
Yeah, that
be.
could be.
Are you like monitoring an audio channel?
I shouldn't
Yeah, that
be.
could be.
Are you like monitoring an audio channel?
I shouldn't
Yeah, that
be.
could be.
Are you like monitoring an audio channel?
I shouldn't be. No, I don't have any monitor settings turned on.
Hey, Puff, how do you keep the ring light out of your face when having your camera set up? How do you keep the ring
What do you
light
mean?
out
What
of
do you
your
mean
face
out of my
when?
face?
I guess with the ring light, does it go behind your monitor?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, it's like right here. So like
with the ring
obviously
light,
my
does it go
webcam's
behind your
here,
monitor?
and then
Yeah.
it's like right back here.
Oh, behind it, so it's not like
it's
in your
behind
face.
it.
Like okay.
Yeah, it's behind it, and it's like a little bit back. It's on its tripod, and then I also like my camera has or the ring light has a dimmer, so I can adjust it.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
like I can do like if I
That's
do
nice.
this, like I'll wash myself out too
Okay,
much,
I found it,
so I can
guys.
actually like dim it.
Ooh,
So
that is sick.
it wasn't a monitor setting.
Solid.
Apparently something changed in my SteelSeries software, and it was now monitoring something called OBS browser page.
Oh,
That's interesting.
Huh.
No clue that existed.
well, there
So
you
we're
go.
fixed. Sorry about that,
Surprise.
guys. Just 10 minutes, 15 minutes of complete bullshit. Right, we're getting back into it. So to
It comes
go
with
over
doing it
things again,
live.
right? Fuck it, we're doing it live. To go back into this, we're gonna be on the PTU today. Gonna kind of do this a little bit live, semi-live, and we're gonna be looking at a bunch of the new ships coming in, giving our opinions on them, figuring out the strengths and weaknesses, whatever else comes up. Oh, we got a couple cameras. Let me get those cameras shifted on. Oh, elevator. So let's break the ice with talk of the Intrepid, and then we'll show it. So the Crusader Intrepid.
Crusader.
It's gonna be that data. It's gonna be that day for me today.
You mean it's going? What do you mean it's going to be? It already
It
sounds
is
like
that
it is.
day.
You guys
Today
are starting to
is
sound
that day.
like me. Holy crap.
Yeah. I knew I should have gotten up sooner, and yeah, I did not.
In there.
I gotta fix chat too, but
Done
in the
that.
meantime, let's pop this over. There we go. There we have our beloved Acid and Stompy showing their beautiful faces.
Hello.
There they are.
Let that guy right there. That's Stompy.
For legal reasons, I'm not allowed to show my face right now.
Yeah, thanks to Easy
Legal
Anti-Cheat, my
reasons?
camera is all fucked up.
Well, I'm
Got
not.
an
Well,
eagle
you're
on
not. I was gonna say, I told you I'm the barracks gremlin. Right now, I'm in the bathroom.
Ah,
Doing the stream from the back. Wait, what?
Well, wait,
Hold on.
are you in the
No,
Polaris bathroom?
I'm just standing in the bathroom of the.
I was gonna say if you're in the Polaris bathroom, we can just tap into that camera.
Yeah, like you literally have a video screen in there with a camera. You're like already FaceTiming yourself.
For those of you that don't know, we will show it later. Exactly what we're talking about.
It's probably my favorite thing about the Polaris, honestly. It's so funny. They couldn't figure out mirrors, so they just fucking made it a video feed.
I'm sure
The fact that they did that is like a testament to like how things are going.
I'm sure for asset
Yeah.
logistic reasons, it was easier just to put that in.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Well, I mean, it's
you don't
still
want
better
broken
than,
glass everywhere.
Well, I was gonna say it's still better than most of the current.
Is it just me, or is the stream
mirrors.
lagging? Am I losing frames?
Oh, it's
The audio is not lagging, but your video is lagging.
this.
And it's your camera, and then it looks like it's also the camera of others.
I took mine off for a sec.
Hold on, it smoothed out for a second.
To me, it looks like it just stopped entirely.
Yeah. That's not
No, it's still acting up. All right,
It's very Andy. Let's listen to a word from our sponsors. Kasaba. Do you need clothing in the universe? Kasaba's got you covered. Leather jackets, gloves, drinks, and all. Stop on down to Kasaba at your local Lagrange point or your favorite space station and get yourself something nice or something for the loved one on your way back home.
Thank you, Acid.
Remember, don't be a hobo.
I don't know. If that's
today.
the motto, but you know,
I can't tell if Star Citizen's
it's a new one that they're
taking...
trying out. I'm not going to comment on it, but they're trying something new.
Do you have some prejudice against the unhoused?
No, as I said, I'm just saying what they wanted me to say.
Who is they?
Kasaba.
Say what you want to say.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah,
I never read the scripts.
It's more of an improv guy, Corindor, you know?
Yeah, I don't...
Hey,
I'm not good at remembering what people want me to say. I just say what comes off the top of my head.
So, sorry guys, I can't show chat on screen today. It is giving me some issues that I will have to figure out later. However, obviously if you're watching this after the fact, YouTube does have that handy feature where you can actually see what's going on in chat on the sidebar. So, we're going to go up to the NBSI terminal. NBIS terminal, rather. And we're going to go into Noctilus's hangar.
Yep. I've got both Polaris and Intrepid out.
Okay, did you pull out a tank?
I did not, because I do not have a tank.
Oh, you bastard. Alright. Yeah, wow, PTU is really bad. And I don't have a bad system, guys. Like, this is still a pretty decent system that I'm playing with here, so, this is not optimized at all.
Well, it'll be live in 9 days.
Hell yeah.
Welcome to this, guys. This is going to be new Babbage for the next ever.
I think they got the wrong impression when they heard we're doing it live.
Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Good while we had it.
Do it live.
I mean, with the frames oh, you know what? Wow. You guys can't even see what's going on. Hold on. I can fix that. That's an easy fix.
That's
all right. That's all right. They haven't seen the pain. They haven't seen the pain so far. So, you know, it's not a bad thing. Let's go ahead and drop this. Let's see.
Huh. Polaris landing gear rear landing gear is just half invisible. Neat.
There we go. Now it's live. Wait, what the heck is that up there? Why do you guys see my... Okay, apparently you guys can see my playlist. Somehow that got on screen.
Make fun of it quickly.
Oh yeah,
there we go.
I didn't even notice that.
Today has just been a whole day of like technical difficulties apparently, so yeah. You guys, this is literally the epitome of fuck it, we're doing it live. Like, I literally had like an hour to get on and I didn't realize half the shit was broken. So, yay me.
Happens.
So, what is this? Episode 7? Isn't this supposed to be Lucky? Lucky number 7?
That's
Eh.
there's. It depends on who you are.
Yeah,
Luck of
I was
all
about to
kinds,
say.
Depends on what number you like.
Yeah.
Ah,
Or-
well, it was an unlucky
No, it
number for
depends
me.
on what number likes you.
Yeah.
13's been pretty good to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, jeez. Hey, guys,
Yeah, a
I
lot of people
found
love
I
13.
found a pocket dimension.
So listen,
Oh,
if you
sick,
go in
dude.
there, it's gonna take you outside the jump gate to Pyro. So you could actually go in there and then EVA yourself into the jump gate, hitch a ride with a traveler.
You know, it
get
does
yourself
look like
right in
a
Pyro.
it does look like Pyro a little bit.
Yeah,
just
that's
a
what's
little
going
bit.
on in there. Sneak preview on the PTU. They have one elevator in New Babbage that alternates.
Actually,
the universe
who's
with
waiting
Pyro.
for you in the other side of that portal is none other than Grimblor the Agonizer, and he's going to eat your soul.
What?
Mhm.
Okay.
Go into the void, Kelbeck. It calls for thee.
It calls. You know what? If I can't get an elevator to show up, I just might.
Take your
Oh,
chalice,
this
let
is-
it be filled.
This is painful. Okay, well, you know what, Nock, do you want to come, like, up and, and get me? Don't exit the elevator, do not lose the car.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me finish setting
The
up
pains
scene.
of the pains of Star Citizen. This is just miraculous.
Well, that's to be expected when you're gonna do some gameplay on PTU
What the
whilst podcasting.
Ma'am,
Yeah,
are you okay?
You are begging Murphy.
Did you not hear what Grindor said about the other side of the
Grindor?
elevator?
Yeah, what did I say about that?
Craig.
That the Grin Lord is coming to eat our soul?
Oh, today's just turning out beautiful, guys.
Yeah, Grimblor the Agonizer.
Yeah, that was the topic of today's podcast.
Yeah, of course.
I am
Very,
glad I took
very
a shot.
well-known
'cause
entity in the SC lore.
Absolutely.
I'm glad I
yeah.
took a shot before this because I don't think I could have dealt with this sober.
I see the problem now.
We're on
We
PTU and it sucks.
No, we have a duster. A duster showed up, so everyone in the lobby's like flipping their shit.
Oh man.
I don't know.
Nock,
I
where
can't
you
even walk
at?
around Brentworth.
Hang on. I had to walk to the hangar.
Walk to a.
And that's a wrap. Thanks for stopping by this podcast today.
All right, I'm on.
It is
I'm on my way up.
literally completely unraveled already. We haven't even gotten to the good stuff.
God. We haven't gotten. What do you mean the good
PTU.
stuff? We haven't gotten into anything.
He said last week was the best
No.
podcast to date, and then this week Krendor and I come back and it's
Hey, I've got an elevator car.
Left.
I've got an
Oh,
elevator
To your
car.
left. To your left. To your left.
I
and
just
he's
got in
gone.
one. I just got in
What?
one.
Does it? Will it send you to me?
Yeah, I can click on your button, so we're good.
Okay. Because half the terminals when I tried just did not send me to any elevators or to any hangars.
And open.
That's on me.
All right.
There we go.
Oh, can't look. All right, we'll look.
Nods head down.
Look at
fast.
that. Look at that fat ass. Mmm.
Beautiful.
Hey.
Not you. I'm looking at the ship, man.
I can make it all about you.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. All right, let's look at the little one first. We want to look at the little one first. The Crusader Intrepid, guys. This is the new Crusader starter ship that is going to be coming out with a 3.24.3 patch. If I can get all those numbers right, I think I did.
You did.
It
Well
has
done.
a fat ass. I like it. Is that the cargo?
Yeah.
It has
Well,
an
it's one of
exterior
them.
accessible cargo.
It's dual.
It is. Yeah, it's 2 size 4 cargo
It's
elevator.
actually it's interior and
Oh yeah,
exterior.
four SCU a piece. Okay. Oh wait, it's interior too?
Yeah, hang on, that one's.
Yep.
You can only open the door from the inside. Oh, they're
Okay.
both closed. Fuck.
It has some really powerful thrusters on the side here. That's interesting.
It's a cool sounding ship as well.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of a very specific ship. Does anyone happen to know what it reminds me of?
No.
Look at its shape already. Like, I haven't even looked at it yet, but look at its shape.
I can't. I can't
It's
watch
like
the stream.
it's like an It's like an Ares twin mixed with a Spirit.
Oh no, I'm not talking about this game. I'm talking about another game.
Oh well, then I don't know.
What's the starting ship you get in ED? The very
Wanna tell
first
the
Dorito.
Sidewinder?
Yeah.
This looks nothing like a fucking
It
Sidewinder.
does
Are
not
you
look
lying?
anything like a Sidewinder.
It has a nice fat
all
ass,
right.
just like it.
Survey
Fat and
says
flat.
That's-
No. You see,
No.
this is where you're confused. The Sidewinder does not have a fat ass. The Sidewinder is a fat ass. Its
Literally.
entire it is a trapezoid. Like
Like, it
I-
might look like a Sidewinder if it didn't have the cockpit extended out.
I am
But
struggling a
no,
little bit
I-
though. Like my frames are pretty bad.
I think you're struggling in more ways than one. If you think this looks like a Sidewinder.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Like, if anything, if you ignore the asymmetry, to me it looks a bit like a vulture.
To me, it looks like a
Elite
New York
Dangerous
City
vulture.
like one-bedroom apartment.
But no, like the
Okay.
shape that gives me slight vulture vibes from Elite.
So this is definitely
You should
interesting.
invite me to your
you
party.
get access to two. You
Oh,
get access to two
That's
SCU
a
on
Kelbeck
each side.
question. Is
Oh,
it two?
okay.
I'm pretty sure it's more than two.
Well, I mean, when you lift it up, two of it gets hidden behind bulkhead.
Well, you realize what?
You
Oh, I see
fool.
what you mean.
Or maybe it's one gets hidden behind bulkhead. I can't tell.
I have joined party. Excellent.
May I ask what the point of the Crusader Intrepid is? Is that the starter ship?
Yeah, it's their
Yeah,
starter.
it's the starter ship.
Okay.
Starter ship. It's got one size 3 weapon.
I'd
What?
say it's one
That's
and a half.
adorable.
It even
It
has
has
its own
one size
engineering
3
terminal.
weapon.
Yeah, which makes no fucking sense because
I think how like the Avenger Titan is considered a starter.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, so is the 325A.
Right.
Why does the Intrepid have like one weapon?
Yeah, no,
That's what I'm
right.
saying.
That's what I
Stock
don't get.
FL-33 cannon.
It has less power than a fucking cutter.
It's also a Crusader ship. Did we really expect it to have a whole lot of power?
Well, I mean,
yes.
Considering the
Acceleration.
C1 and A1
That's
has
where all
more
the power is.
Considering the
Let's-
C1
Yeah.
and A1,
Let's not
has
stumble
the
over
same
each other.
power
Everyone take a
rate.
turn. Let's take
Okay.
the talking stick out and everyone take a turn.
all right, I, claim
I
the
have the
talking
talking
stick
pillow.
first. It's not a talking pill; it's a talking stick. So I've got it.
Oh, big
Um,
man needs a stick.
I mean,
Hey,
are you
and-
sure that's not the
Biggest
stick
stick
up your
wins.
ass?
anyways, like it has less. Think of its the larger brethren, the C1 and the A1, has the same firepower as the Cutlass. This doesn't even have the same firepower as the Cutter, despite being much bigger for a starter ship.
True.
It's definitely an interesting design, though. I mean,
Yeah.
the asymmetry of it actually throws me off. It really doesn't look Crusader this way.
Well, to me, it looks more Crusader because when I hear Crusader, I think MSR.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at Crusader, though,
True.
most of their ships are symmetrical.
Most of them, not all of them.
I
Yeah.
would say
Not all of them, though.
I would say
The Ares,
MSR,
the Ares, they're not symmetrical.
MSR,
The
Ares,
MSR,
and now
there's
this.
3. That's 4.
So there's I think the majority are actually.
And then there's the Hercs, the Spirits. What other Crusader ships are there?
Those
the
I
Genesis,
think, are
Starline, which
symmetrical.
isn't in the game yet.
So more of them are asymmetrical than symmetrical, as a matter
Yeah.
of fact.
Okay, fine.
That's crazy.
You jerk.
Which is why like it literally looks like a budget Ares.
You know, I have like a soft spot in my heart for starter ships. I don't know why. They're like cute, like babies. You know what I
get
mean?
that. No,
No,
I
I
agree with that.
absolutely-
That's a good way
They're
to
like
put it.
endearing.
Actually. Yeah,
It's
because I like
endearing,
this
yes.
ship. Would I take it out and do anything with it? Fuck no.
No,
But do I like it? Absolutely. It's adorable.
The one gun
Right.
is egregious. That should be like a size 4.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah.
it should be
Oh.
at minimum a size 4.
I mean, that
I
should
just
be
saw.
that should be an array. That should be a battery. Like there should be more
Yeah.
than one gun mounted there.
I agree.
You can at
saw
least
the-
change it. It's not fitted and it's not stuck there. You can change that to whatever
Well,
size.
I would hope
Whoa,
so.
wait. Hang on, you'll appreciate
Still
this.
losing
Kelbeck. It
frames,
has
though.
Oh,
a-
is this like a
has a size
315?
weapon point.
This is like a 300 series style cargo thingy. I like that.
Yeah, but except you can actually access it from the inside too.
That's
Inside
good.
and outside. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it has little bulkheads that you can only open from the inside to prevent people from sneaking in on them.
I like this. This is really cool for a starter.
No, I agree. If it weren't for the single gun, it would be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean that is really stupid. Like that.
That's
I
the
don't
only
know.
problem with the ship is the fact that it has one size.
Yeah, it just has like the stupidest fucking gun design you could think of. Yeah.
Have you seen the Habs yet?
No, I'm trying to look around. They're nice.
I don't know what the missile count is. I don't know, like if maybe it
Does it
makes
even
up for
have
it
any?
having a decent amount of missiles.
Well, let
for
me
a starter.
let me see.
But-
Oh, that's
All right.
gonna be.
I like that it has an armor locker. That's nice.
Yeah, I like that as a suit locker. I
comes
like
with-
that as a size 3 gun.
So it-
a size 3 size 3 small arms locker.
So it comes with, to answer your missile question, it comes with two size 1 marksman missiles.
What?
It comes with 2 missiles. That's it.
Yeah,
Two
two.
missiles. And
Two size 1 missiles.
size 1.
And
You know,
a
hold on.
gun.
Hold
this
on.
is basically the M50, but worse.
So keep in mind we don't know the
It's
price
an
point of this
85X.
ship yet. So hold on. Let
I
me
imagine it's gonna
let me
be-
grab that talking stick out of Noctilus's ass. So we've
I
got
don't want to clean it.
we don't. Yeah. I'll wipe it off on Stompy. We don't we don't know the price point of this ship yet. If I had to guess, I would say this is probably going to be in the $40 range.
I was thinking the same thing.
And the
Yeah.
reason I say that is because if you look at the Pisces Expedition, it has 4 size 1 guns, which is more power than one size 3 gun, but at the same time, it's roughly about the same combat effectiveness. But the Expedition is more utility, and this feels a lot more utility too. It has twice the amount of cargo as the Expedition.
Yeah, I was gonna say like 50 or 55.
Honestly,
in between it and the Avenger.
This is like definitely one of the bigger starters. Like this is kind of pushing into more like Cutlass as a starter territory, but like obviously not as extreme with like, you know, having double digit cargo or anything, but like
Yeah.
it for a
So-
starter, I mean, this is like if you're looking to RP, I feel like this is kind of your ship because it has
Yeah.
literally everything you could want as somebody who like wants to get immersed into the game. And I think
Yeah.
that might be the intention with it. Is like they want to
Can you
focus
fit-
more on immersion.
Can you fit a pulse in the cargo bays?
Probably. Yeah, for sure.
Probably.
If that you can, then that's even sicker because 2 pulses. You
Yeah.
carry
think
2
you could-
pulses in that thing.
I think
Yeah.
you
Good
could
time.
fit a Nox in it, honestly.
They're pretty sizable. I mean, they're 4 SCU
Are they?
long.
They're
Noxes
4
are
SCU
long.
long, yeah. Well, it's
Noxes
4
are
SCU long, so
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
And
they're
that'd be
pretty
a
good.
test, but I believe the pulse for sure. Yeah, and carrying
Pulse,
around 2 pulses in
absolutely.
a ship that small is sick.
So
Yeah.
here's the funny thing. When I am tabbed into the game, my frame rate in the stream tanks. So
Yep.
I think this is entirely a PTU situation with the shittiness of the stream. So I apologize, guys. Unfortunately, it's just
saying.
gonna kind of be that way a little bit. So it's not gonna be buttery smooth this stream, and I apologize.
Can't believe it's not better.
I can't believe it's not butter either.
I will
So
say-
I'm gonna go to the chat real quick because I don't have it pulled up on stream on stream, so I went off screen to pull the information. So we have Jakari
Oh.
808 it says it looks like the engineer was drunk building Legos.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
100%
kind of.
Lego
Yeah.
vibes. Yeah, it's
So
definitely one of those.
I do
Wear
want
a
to
yellow
say one
helmet
more
in
thing
the
about this.
pilot seat, and you'll look just like a Lego.
I do want to say one more thing about this. To me, it feels size-wise, it feels more like a Nomad.
I think it's bigger than the
As a
Nomad.
starter ship, it has a really good footprint. Like this is
Yeah.
probably one of the bigger starter ships, which would suggest that the price point might be a little higher. It actually internally might have it has more components, right? So you have an engineering console in the back, which is the first starter ship to have an engineering console. It does only have a single size 3 weapon, but I mean, this is a utility ship, not a combat ship.
Clearly.
If you want a combat ship, go for the.
Well, I don't know, actually, Kelbeck. That one gun is really prominently placed in the ship's profile.
You know what else? Yeah, but you know what else has a gun prominently placed in the ship's profile?
That doesn't do dick. The Ion.
Yeah, but the Ion used to do dick, and it used to
The
do
Ion used to do a lot of dick and
Yeah,
down.
you do a lot of dick.
That thing used to be nuts.
Look, they're just trying to keep to the Crusader profile, okay?
What if
The
that's what
ship's
people
not
turn this
performing?
into? What if people turn this into a mini Ion?
A
And so
mini
everybody
Ion?
goes on, like,
I mean,
a
that's what
strong laser
that's literally
cannon?
what the design is. Like the gun's in the
Looks-
same placement relative to the cockpit.
Yeah.
You could do an Ion or an Inferno though, because you could put a size 3 ballistic on there, and you could change it at will. You'd be like, "Which one do I?" And you could put it in your cargo bay, and so you could just rearm yourself with more ballistics.
Yeah, but I feel
Just
like if
fly
they
out
were
the battle,
going
have a
to
buddy.
that, it should have been a size 4.
Could you imagine
Agreed.
a second
Yeah, size up
person in the
100%.
back? Like, I bet you the back of that gun opens up into the engineering bay, and someone just, like in a tank, they're just, fire, boom, opens the hatch, pulls a new round, shoves it in, closes the hatch, fire, boom.
It's their Crusader's too cheap to invest in an autoloader.
That's a good question, though. Do those cargo grids have their own gravity attached to the ship? Because
Yeah.
if so, you can set guys on there, and you can fly with your cargo grid open, and then use missile launchers and railguns in a dogfight. So you have
Oh
more
my-
weapons for your ship.
I love it.
No, this is clearly a ship for dropping off personnel. All you gotta do is just drop a bunch of atlases from underneath your ship.
Okay.
True.
Well, you can't because it doesn't have a large enough footprint for them to get through.
Look,
'Cause it's like
knocked,
you have to
knocked.
crouch to get in.
No one asked you, okay?
Go back to polishing pads, imbecile.
I graduated
Ye-
from that. I'm now the. I told you, I'm the barracks gremlin.
Oh, okay. That's
Yeah.
right.
Next,
Which
we're gonna
means-
put. You know
Is
what?
that your
I'm
code
gonna
for Barracks Bunny?
change the personnel roster. I think we're gonna put them on latrines.
Mm.
No,
There you go. I
no.
like that.
No.
All
As
right.
a matter
so
of fact, I think the cook's gonna be doing chili for the next 2 weeks. So get ready, knocked.
No.
and it's
So-
not the good kind of chili. It's that shipboard chili.
Yeah. We're not
So we
using
have another
Bush,
ship
like,
here.
We do have another ship here. Let's take a look at it.
Wait. We can just fly it into the hangar.
Oh yeah, would the Intrepid fit up there? Probably, right?
Absolutely.
Oh shit! Yeah, I just got out of the seat. Well, hold on.
Here, I'll do it. Get
Yeah,
in
open the
there.
hangar. Oh, open the hangar. Let's do it.
I'm fucking trying. It's not wanting to work with me.
Wow. Let's face it. Not a whole lot wants to work with you.
Oh.
Oh.
Damn.
Ooh, shit.
It's going. It's going.
Yeah, it's going.
Do I
Oh yeah, it would
have-
definitely fit in here.
Oh yeah. Probably fit too if you put them side
Yeah.
front to back and basically just had them touching guns,
Touch tips.
touching tips.
You know, true to Crusader, it has some good responsiveness.
I was gonna say, I think the engines are actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
I was
I
watching a
hope
video of
so.
somebody flying it a little bit ago, and I was like, oh my god. Okay.
Ah! There is a lot of delay.
Woo!
I have a whole half second of input delay. Holy
Hey, Noct, you
crap.
should stream your screen in Discord. Or Krindor, whichever one can comfortably do it.
I'll see if I can.
I was gonna say, I know how things go. Noct did it, so you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull the
I saw
throttle
you
all the way
just
down on
eat
this
your-
thing, because this is just,
Yeah. It's no.
Oh my goodness.
My God!
Woo! That was so close. Oh my God.
That was.
Goodness gracious.
There is a whole lot of delay on this. My goodness. Come on.
I will say,
Our
I do like the
illustrious
fact.
leader,
You know what?
everybody.
You know what, Kelbeck? You know what you should do, honestly, is you should just switch to only gameplay for this. Just take our cams off, take your cam off, and just switch to straight gameplay.
That won't matter.
You don't think so?
No. No, this is
Okay,
really
fair.
rough. It is
I was
really
thinking, it's not
taxing
getting
my...
good frames.
It is really taxing my rig.
I'm getting 70% GPU. Oh,
I was gonna
up
say,
to 80.
Nox got smooth experience. He watched you come down and almost slam that in perfect FPS.
Oh my God!
Jesus! Oh, he watched it again. Oh my God!
Oh, it's down.
It's not down yet.
Oh,
What are you
nope.
What are you smoking? You're desynced.
You,
Good. They good.
Very good, very good.
I
will
love how
say-
he's saying Noct is desynced. I'm like, I don't know if Noct's the one that's desynced, brother.
I will say it's really cool. This just kind of proved the point of
Wow.
the air
Look
shield.
how
Damn, that's
large
actually way
this thing
bigger than I
is.
thought. Damn, that takes up a lot
Yeah.
of space. Holy
It is,
shit!
like I said, it's definitely one of the bigger starters.
That
It
is
is
Yeah,
a
it
the
is.
big starter.
biggest
Once you put it
starter.
in this hangar, that's crazy.
If you don't
Yeah.
count
You're-
if you
no,
don't
you're
count the
right, it
Cuddy
is big
Black as a
starter.
starter, which personally I
I
don't.
don't. It's not.
No,
No,
it's not.
it's intermediate for sure.
That's
Yeah.
like advanced starter. Like,
Yeah.
People use it as a starter, but it's not meant to be.
Advanced
No.
starter is the Connie.
You're not wrong.
no,
You're not wrong.
I mean,
No. Con is more of a boat to fly than a cutlass, though.
Yeah.
Knock, do
Unless
I
in
need
terms of freebie DPS, yes.
Okay, if Knock makes another statement like that, we're just gonna have to space him, guys.
If it makes a comment about a Drake ship, then we're really gonna space him.
listen, I love my Drake ships.
The only
but
Drake ship that gets a pass is the Buck.
I mean, look
The
at
Cutlass
the
was
last
amazing.
starter they put out for Drake, right? So you got the Drake Rambler has probably the most amount of livable space out of all of the cutters,
Others.
Hmm.
and it's a good starting ship.
It is a good. It's probably one of the better. The Cutter series in general is one of the better starters ships in general. Just
Yeah.
because
Alright.
it's got a good amount of space and they have the insane like quantum range.
Let me
Mhm.
just check something here. Is there anything else I can kill that I don't need? Let's kill that. Let's kill this.
I will say if it's
Your
the
whole
only
family.
th- the only thing that's. Oh, did you show off the VTOL on this?
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, it does have VTOL. I forgot about that. I'm curious how maneuverable that VTOL can make it.
I mean, it already takes off like a bat out of hell, so alright.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah,
like
we definitely
VTOL
saw that.
yeah.
Alright, so we have Drakari back in chat, and he says, bad news, Ghost Mark II has worse cross-section than the Mark 1. So it's
Ooh.
even
Yeah.
less visible, or I think he means to say more visible for stealth.
Well, that
Cool.
Ghost Mark II, okay, is also not an F7A Mark II. That Ghost Mark II that's out is the F7CS Mark II. So
Yeah.
it is not an F7A Mark II, which I thought it was when I heard someone say that Ghost Hornet was in the PTU. I thought it was an F7A Mark II. It is not. So I have a feeling it'll be like decent, but I don't think it's going to be all the rave when it comes out.
I mean, the Ghost that we have currently isn't an A series either.
No.
We can
Is
make
it-
it an A series.
Wait,
Yeah.
I thought, what do
No,
we
it never
have?
was.
F7C the Mark II?
We-
Is that what we have?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Well, we have the F7A Mark II, but it's the same body.
Well, the
I
I have a
F7A,
question.
the F7A,
Drakari.
hold on, the F7A Mark II is clearly a combat variant, right? So the Ghost is a different model entirely, which may have a civilian and an active service variant, but even still, we're more than likely all other ghosts that all other Hornets that we're gonna get are gonna be a civilian variant, so they're all gonna be Cs.
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't the point of the Ghost on Play on Words supposed to be, less EM, less cross section? Otherwise,
Video
it's called
shows
the
5.7K cross
paper
section.
thin lightning.
Well,
So
I
it's
mean,
only a
it
matter
has...
of it's only a matter of point. So it's like 0.2 to 0.7. So it's not a huge
Oh, it's fine.
difference.
Yeah.
And it also
Yeah.
depends on the percent, like the percent of reduction, where I believe the default is 40%.
Mhm.
40% reduction in signature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with Duraki though. It should be better. If it's a Mark II.
It should absolutely be better. and not
However,
just
I was
be a
talking about
mobile.
this with somebody earlier, and they brought up a good point. When you look in reality and you look in like technology today, we use a lot of older fighters because some of them might be better. In cars, older Corvettes are better than newer Corvettes, and other car types. There are older models that were better than the new ones, like the Z series from Nissan. The older ones are much better than the old new ones. Same with
Oh, yeah.
Supras and Toyota. So there
Yep.
is like an element of like older, it can have its better elements, you know. But
Yeah.
it is a small difference, but it is bigger nonetheless.
Also cheaper
I
to
just
make, cheaper to replace.
I thought I was
So-
gonna be I thought they were gonna be giving us the F7A Ghost, because I was about to go trade in my F7A for the Ghost variant. But now
Yeah.
I'm just like, oh well, never mind.
I knew
Yeah,
that wasn't
well-
gonna be the case.
Well, I feel like the...
Is there an F7A variant for the Ghost?
I don't know.
I don't think so yet, or if at all. Not that
That
I'm
would be...
aware
that.
of.
If there
Mm.
was, that'd be a thing answered in Squadron 42.
I was gonna say, what were the Ghosts and the Lightnings and the Squadron 42 themselves? What was in that last like fight scene?
So
what
that
was
blue
the
one is the
Yeah.
F7X, I believe.
What is that?
It's
The what?
that's the blue one that you see in Squadron 42 is actually called the F7X.
Blue, it was black.
Well, there's a blue
It
one
had
too.
like
I'm talking
bluish,
about the
bluish,
blue.
yeah,
One. I'm talking about a blue one.
yeah.
And there's
So-
I can tell you what it's called.
What's so
in just a
X-rated
second.
about it?
It
Sorry.
is called the the F7X Hornet Mark II. It's blue with red wings. It says 42 on the side. It's a Squadron 42 ship. It's
Oh,
called the F7X
okay.
Hornet
So
Mark II. I don't
Might
think
be-
it's going to be in this game. I think it's going to be Squadron 42 specific.
okay,
But yeah, that's the one that you're talking about, Stompy.
yeah. So it might be like what's it called? The Wildfire, just for show, basically with the paint.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And then they
Interesting,
also
okay.
have the F7C-R Hornet Tracker Mark II. That and the F7CS Ghost are in the PTU right now.
well, because the Ghost is that central thing that replaces the turret was supposed to reduce the EM signature, right?
Yeah, it's probably going to be less firepower because you don't have guns
Yeah.
on a top turret.
But you can still replace the top turret, though, right?
No, that's the whole thing. Is it's probably not going to be replaced.
What?
Yeah.
So this will be bespoke.
That's what I'm thinking. Or else if it's replaceable, it's going to be
Oh.
replaceable with something very minute as opposed to like the standard on the bigger
I would have
ones.
figured it
Dang.
would have been like the Mark 1, because that basically just becomes a thing where it becomes a thing of whatever you put into that centerpiece is what determines its...
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It should be like transmittable across all Hornet variants, but we'll just have to see when it comes out. I'm curious.
Because I don't think they know the full gun loadout, and that's what Duraki actually said too. But
Okay.
I'm curious to see what it ends up being.
Yeah. Okay. Sick.
Didn't they put something else out too today? Like we have the Polaris. It's been there in the
we have
Star Lancer.
The Terrapin.
That's the
Oh.
one. The
Oh,
Terrapin,
yes.
the medical Terrapin.
Yeah,
That's the other ship that came out.
I don't
that's
have
in the
access to that
PTU.
one.
neither
That's-
do I.
You know, I mean, I
Yeah.
think we get the idea of what a Terrapin that's medical would look like.
It
Yeah,
has
I
a
just don't
single tier
understand
2
it.
bed inside.
Okay.
Does it have weewoos?
Yes,
Probably.
it has
I think
Weewoos.
all medical.
The only medical-
ships do.
The only medical thing that does not have Weewoos, and I am deeply disappointed in them for this, is the
Nursa.
Nursa.
Oh yeah, I guess it doesn't. But
Yeah,
the
they need to
ground
give it
vehicle-
wee woos.
That's true.
It's literally a
Ooh.
fucking ambulance.
That is.
My PTU experience is really, really poor. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah, mine has been dropping steadily.
Well, here's the funny thing. As soon as I tab out of the PTU, like out of Star Citizen, the stream levels out.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah,
literally
that
this
makes
game
sense, though.
tanking everything
how?
on my PC right now.
The PTU is also a little slow at the moment.
This is
Not
where
as bad as you guys,
Nocturus
though.
gets all of his drinks from, right out of the reactor.
Mmm. I love the taste of coolant.
Yeah, he likes to drink that blue Kool-Aid, know what I'm saying?
He knows what's up.
We're just gonna make
Why
you
do
the
you
butt of
think
every
it-
joke today.
Why do you think I make so many visits to the medical?
As
Wait.
he drinks that good Kool-Aid.
It has a separate panel for the Wii-Woos and the headlights? What?
Huh.
Wait, in the Nursa? Really?
No.
In the Terrapin.
Terrapin.
Oh, in the Terrapin. Oh.
Huh. I like that, actually.
Oh, a separate key. Okay. That's actually cool. Okay. Has a separate keybind. He corrected.
Oh. That's man. I wish the blue had that.
I wish all
'Cause I
of
hate
the
having to
other.
turn
I
on
wish
my
they
lights
I wish they all
and
had that.
fucking headlights.
Yeah.
You know what else
Yeah,
they
why is
need
that not
too is
standard?
they need hanger and door separation keybinds. Because
Yes,
now
they
that
do.
capital ships are going to be coming out, they need to separate hangers from doors. Because it's so
Yeah.
funny seeing people use this Polaris, and then every time they're docking ships, you just have the legs come out the side in deep space. It's like you don't need to open
Yeah.
those. Like,
Yeah.
You know, this Polaris also has a functional brig.
It does. Has a very functional brig. I have
Yes.
not gotten to the top deck to check out the entire top deck yet. I went to engineering first, and I went down to cargo.
Okay.
make the blues jail cells work. God damn it.
They do work.
Here
I
is
can
the
put people in
star
them?
of the show, guys.
Yeah,
Star of
they
the
work.
show.
Wait, when
Size
did they
10.
start that?
They're just doors, man. It's just a room that you close the door on them. There's no button inside, so they can't leave.
No. Well, in the Polaris, yeah.
In the brig, yeah.
Well, I was saying I'm making the joke. I'm saying make the Cutlass jail cells good.
Oh, the
blue.
cryopods.
Guys!
Yeah,
I
that's
want to.
different.
I want to take.
There's a
that makes sense.
spindle! The torpedoes now have a
Hey.
spindle on them.
Oh, good.
Everybody loves a good spindle.
See, I told you that there'd be a thing there. There had to be.
I mean, there should have been, and yeah, they did. They finally, they must have saw the last stream or something. I don't know.
That's what
I
happened.
wasn't here for that one.
They were
Yeah,
tuned in and they
torpedoes are
said,
finally on a
"Allstar has
spindle.
ideas."
For those that didn't know, for those of us that had access to the ship a little bit early, there wasn't a spindle for the torpedoes to attach to. They were just floating in air. So this right here is a main access elevator. This goes out of the ship, so it goes down and it goes up one deck. So there are only two decks to this ship. There's the main deck and the cargo deck. The main deck, the torpedo operator has its own terminal right here. This is where you both target and launch your torpedoes. Where are the buttons? Did they take the buttons off?
No,
No,
there's
they're
a
on
bug right now with panels.
Oh, there they go. They're there.
yeah,
It just took a
yeah.
while for the buttons to load in. No, we want to.
Come on, power on! Damn it!
Oh, that's interesting. It rolls the torpedo into the tube, which is weird because the torpedo has fins on it. You don't roll a torpedo,
Well, in space you do.
apparently.
This isn't the water. It's a different kind of navy.
What's also interesting.
Got directional thrusters.
Yeah,
no
the size 10
counter, it's like-
torpedoes have thrusters on all sides of it, so it is supposed to be a lot more nimble, but I mean, by design, it looks like it. In functionality, it's not.
Yeah. Well, it's
So the
interesting. I'm assuming
Uh,
that you
go
have
ahead.
the. I'm assuming you have the. You're still at the terminal, right?
I am.
Huh. It's interesting that it doesn't actually send the torpedoes forward.
I mean, I've only ever seen them load into the bay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, send it forward into the bay.
I mean,
Unless
it
it's
is.
sending it from the bottom.
Well, keep in mind the torpedoes are normally on that spindle back there. They're off the spindle
Yeah.
and now in that tube. They're in the bay.
Yeah, but it just looks like it's still full.
Oh, you mean back on the? Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, on the spindle. Or
So
unless
the
it's pulling
torpedo
from the bottom.
The torpedo operator gets access to this 360-degree down-facing camera. This camera, just like all of their missile systems, if you can see the target, you can lock onto the target. So that's why the operator is able to use this camera to lock onto its targets. Keep in mind, torpedoes do not have a very good turning arc. So generally, you're going to want to keep your target in front of you before you launch your torpedo, because these things are extraordinarily slow. If you thought the size 9s were slow, the size 10s are slower.
Oh, that's cool. It actually rotates the camera on the physical view.
Yeah.
Yes, everywhere where you see a camera, target locked. Fire. Bye. Everywhere where you see a camera, or everywhere you can access a camera, there is literally a physical camera in the ship. So even the mirrors, when you look at the mirrors in the HABs, there is a camera in, like, on the top edge of the mirror. If you look at your cell phones, right? Your cell phones, my phone screen is fucking dirty, but your cell phones, you're not gonna be able to see this on camera, but you have that little eyelet right there. That's your camera, right? So if you turn on your camera, right, you see yourself, except for that little eyelet. In the HABs, same thing. They've paid very close attention to detail. I can appreciate that. All right, let's get out of this torpedo thing.
Not close enough detail to actually give us a mirror.
I don't care about a mirror.
Mm.
Pixels are fine. So the engineer also has a console here too. So this is a non-functioning engineering console at the moment. Up here is your size 6 bespoke guns. Wow, the energy for me today is just not coming, guys. I'm sorry.
Listen, it's just because those weapons are sick. That's what you're gonna say. These size 6.
That is
sick
exactly what I was
weapons,
gonna
dude.
say. Yes.
Yeah.
You know, Acid, you're on point. You've been reading my mind all night. I appreciate it.
That's what I got you.
That's why he gets paid the big bucks.
Yeah.
And I don't get paid at all.
Yeah.
Look, we pay you in scraps, okay? Settle.
Jeez.
If you're lucky, I'll give you one more empty Cruise Lux bottle, and you can finally use the glitch. But
Yeah, I don't know what you're complaining about. We bring you onto this Kraken, we give you a nice barracks to be a goblin in. What do you want?
Yeah. I give you a Weevil egg a night, and you just throw this in my face. I can't believe it.
I mean, yeah, you're giving him the aphrodisiac. At least give him some maize.
For
You
real,
can
right?
do something with it.
Something back, but no.
What's he gonna do alone with the aphrodisiac? Just be agonizingly horny.
He's just gonna be in his room gremling away.
Look, it's so he doesn't roll out of his bunk
in
at
my
night.
room. I'm in everyone. I'm in. Well,
It's the barracks, not the goon
yeah. I
cave.
was about to say I'm in y'all's room.
You're in all of our rooms. You're like the Santa gremlin.
My room is not your goon cave.
I cannot get this
My room
elevator
is
to
not your
freaking
dungeon.
work. This frame rate is absolute garbage.
Take the ladder.
No, it takes a minute.
I think
no,
you
I
need to get
can't-
your engineer to
I
check
can't
out.
get it to trigger.
Well, that's because you don't have the magic touch.
I'll show you the
Engineer,
magic touch.
figure it out.
Yeah, get the engineer on it.
I guess
That's the riveting gameplay people are really
I don't want to give him credit for it, but I guess that's kind of what Noctilus is. He's like in every part of the ship all the time. He's like a scurrying rat. Wow. Okay.
He's a regular old Jerry. Jerry does everything.
Frame rate's so bad I missed the opening and closing of the elevator.
Just
Oh,
pops
boy.
into your elevator.
Why, hello there.
Yeah, these functional brakes are pretty cool.
Alright, so we are now up on the main level. Let's go ahead and start with the bridge and work our way back. We'll just wait 5 minutes for each of these doors to open.
POV, you're trying to escape a burning ship.
Alright. Welcome to the bridge. Frame by frame. You guys get it in perfect slow motion, guys. Perfect slow motion, frame by frame.
We want the audience to be able to screenshot any picture of the ship they want, so we're giving them screenshots.
What we've
We've got
actually
pause
done
the
is
video.
we've pre-recorded and taken stills and then made a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Do you know how long it
I was
took
just
to
gonna
make
say.
this PowerPoint? You respect us. So like a stop motion video.
Can you imagine like a fucking 5,000 frame
So
or
here's
5,000 slide PowerPoint?
Knock, turn on that station. Or
Oh.
get out.
Brutal.
If you turn on that station, you actually get the radar to show. Knocked. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm working on it.
He's a
Knock,
little...
you answer when you are called.
That's right.
Someone's not getting their rations tonight.
Alright, so, as you can see, the bridge had 5 seats. Has 5 seats. I say had because I passed a few of them. Anyone on the bridge can see the radar of this ship. So the captain, sitting where he's at. Now, captain's chair really doesn't have a whole lot of actual function. There are a few things that he can control, but for the most part, he's just the glorified shot caller. But from this, if you squint and zoom in, you can see everything going on the battlefield. As well as you are able to look all around and see everything. If the quantum drive was active, you could actually see all of the quantum markers along with the names as you look at them. So you can kind of help navigate that way, or pick your destination for your ship. For the MFDs,
You can control power,
yes,
you know, since you got the MFDs there.
power on. Alright, so you're able to control the different power inputs and outputs. You can control communications. You have weapon configuration, but there's no weapons that the pilot or that the main ship has access to. They're all accessed via remote gunner or manned gunner. You have access to shield allocation, so you can put more power or shunt power into your shield faces. Something of note about the ship shields, I took it in yesterday to test out its durability. Each shield face has its own regeneration time. Meaning, if I take shots on the stern and I turn to the left, the rear shields will regenerate while the left shields are taking damage. So
Well,
if
that's
you need
good
to,
then.
if you need to shunt power from one side of your ship to the other, you can shunt it from the right side to the left side to bolster the left side shields while it's taking damage. Meanwhile, all the rest of your shields are, you know, full capacity because, you know, they have their own delay timer for regeneration. It's
I don't know why.
I don't
feel
know
like I
how
just
many
wanna
shield.
shunt knocked.
What was that?
I just want to shunt knocked. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds right. It sounds like I should do that to him.
That'd be pretty mean.
I mean, if you're
Probably,
gonna
and
shunt
he
him, you have to
deserves it.
shunt him into something like a cargo
Yeah.
container.
Or out
I'm gonna
of
shunt
something.
him into the brig.
Yeah, throw him in the functional brig.
I am, however, disappointed that these panels right here are static and I can't use them to, like, I wish they were their own separate MFDs that, you know, someone could just walk around the bridge and just change the displays.
It'd be cool. Put on like ESPN or something, you know,
Yeah.
in quantum.
not that kind of
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah. The other disappointing thing is this hollow globe here, or this hollow map, doesn't work. Of course, big shocker.
Doesn't work
None
yet.
of the ships work. There's also a bunch of screens up top. Like, you can't even enter this station. It's supposed to be a station. You can't enter it. So that is really weird. At least on other ships.
Gone rogue.
At least on other ships, you could enter this station. But this is the radar system, the radar station. So this is where your tactical would be. You got 3 screens to the upper left, 3 screens in front of you, and 3 screens to the right. Again, they're all static, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I hope they actually refine these screens and actually make them dedicated to the radar system, because that would make things so much cooler. It would make this station having a reason to have it manned.
Yeah, because the Carrack has one of those too, right?
It does.
And the Idris.
Yeah.
Yes, they both do.
And the Cutter Rambler.
That needed one. Thank God.
Wait,
And the MSR.
What?
Yeah, but the MSR
The
has a
MSR
whole chair.
has one, really.
No, the MSR
Wow.
has a whole room, actually.
Yeah, but a single chair in that room dedicated to the room.
Oh my God, I remember that. That's right.
We're talking
the
about
fucking
scanning, right?
room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I forgot
The-
about
where-
the
where
scanning room.
the one where it tilts forward.
That's
Literally the
crazy.
whole point of the asymmetry of it.
You mean the radar dish that pops up? Yes.
Which, if
So-
you don't know, that does actually boost your scanning capabilities if you have it open.
So here on the main corridor
That's
from
kinda cool.
the bridge, you have 8 escape pods, 4 on each side. There are a total of 12 escape pods in the entire ship. There are a total of 12 racks. That's not counting the captains. So, yeah, someone's staying aboard. Captain always goes down with the ship.
I think the captain's about to go down with the ship here in a minute. He's got missiles ricocheting off the walls of the hangar.
What is going on out there?
He's shooting missiles off, and one just bounced off the wall and flew back.
Oh,
at the
God. Please don't kill us all.
This ship... So here's...
Great.
For my durability test, I literally sat this ship for 5 minutes in front of a laser battery at a comms station.
Well, I also I think when I first checked it out, I think I unloaded like 5 size 9s with it still sitting on the pad. Or size 10s rather.
Yeah, 10s.
I'm still not used to the bigger missiles.
Just wait for the Javelin, then it's size 12s.
It's literally shooting out heralds.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well,
Jesus.
it's an Aegis ship, so it'd be shooting out penguins.
Nah, not good enough.
You take that back.
I said, nah, not good enough.
So what's after the bridge?
Well,
Habitation?
I just explored the armory. Right here is the captain's quarters. As you can see, frame by frame, it's clearly locked. So we cannot access the captain's quarters.
What about the captain's pennies?
No.
What
Or-
about
that's
dimes?
nickels.
Nope, no
Okay.
dimes or nickels either.
What
Half
about
dollars?
pence?
Did you have any Sacagawea coins?
No, no Sacagaweas.
Do you have any Buffalo coins?
Chuck E. Cheese coins?
$50 Buffalo
You
coins.
know,
Do you have
there
any
might be
half
some
pound
Chuck E.
coins?
Cheese coins somewhere here on this deck. If you
Call
find
now
them,
and you-
please let me know.
Call now and you can
If
reserve
you
your
find them, return them.
commemorative $50 Buffalo coin.
If you find those Chuck E. Cheese coins,
Call
Bring
in
it
the
up to
next
me,
5
please.
minutes and you get a second coin free.
I'm pretty sure we're a little off the rails here.
a little
All
bit.
right. So, moving further back in the main corridor, you have a whole separate corridor dedicated to each individual gunner going topside. There's no
That's
other
cool,
function
though.
to this corridor other than accessing that turret.
That's awesome. Like, you feel special, you know? You're
You
on
know,
your
they-
way to
they
sit in a
say-
chair.
There's plenty of that in other ships.
They say in house design, right? You don't make a hallway. You don't make a hallway for the purpose of making a hallway. You basically will attach
Maybe you
rooms to
don't.
rooms, so if you can avoid making a hallway, you avoid making a hallway. So here they've made a hallway for no other purpose other than accessing the turret.
You're right, but they've done
I mean,
that
that's
like a lot.
yeah.
But I
was
mean,
about to say,
Have
that's
you ever
nothing
using
new.
Carrick's wing turrets?
But here's the funny
Yeah.
thing. They have all of these mechanics where you get into a seat and then it like slides you over and then slides you up. How is this any different? Why have a whole corridor? Why not? Why can't I just get into the seat and have it shove me over and shove me up?
Well, I
Like,
think
there's
some
no
of,
reason for this.
don't a couple
You
of
mean
them
shunt you over and shunt you up?
No.
Cinematics. It's cooler to
I'll
walk
shunt
down a
you up.
hallway to a gun turret than it is to stand at the like wall of a gun turret seat.
But here's the funny thing.
Like it's
I-
all
like,
cinematics.
Here's the
That's
other
why.
funny thing. There's a doorway here where I'm standing,
Yeah.
and then there's a doorway at the turret.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, cinematics. That's all it is.
They've added unnecessary animation here. And
Yeah, for
the
cinematic.
fact that
Anything new for
there is a
CIG?
corridor, and this, and let's see, let's assume that this corridor is roughly 6 meters in length. There is space aboard the ship to put more shit, and they didn't do it. There's
But
a
what else
lot
do
of
you
empty
want there?
space in this ship.
You're not satisfied with the hallway they put there, so what do you
No.
want?
You're
there?
not
I'm-
thinking about the onboard systems that have to be between the hull and the interior, Calbeck.
No, no,
Yeah,
those are
listen to
somewhere
Jerry
else.
Seinfeld over here.
Those are somewhere else. Those are back in engineering, guys. Those are back in engineering.
They're all over the ship, man.
No, those are back in engineering.
No, you gotta have wiring and shit for the thrusters. You gotta have
No,
fuel
no,
lines.
those are back in engineering.
What about the poop lines?
Yeah, what about
I-
the poop lines?
Okay, I'll concede on
Can't
that
forget
one.
about the poop lines.
He concedes to
Damn it,
poop
Notch.
lines.
Hey, you gotta. Plumbing is absolute.
All right, so these are the habs. We're back in habs now. So there are 6 of these rooms. Each room gets 2 bunks. They 2 people in these bunks get to share a seat. So one gets to sit on the other.
One seat.
There are 2 exterior lockers in these rooms. They are each 2,000K USCU. So however you want to work those numbers together, whether that's 2 million or 2,000K, I don't know.
2,000. You've put me on red alert.
I'm just telling you what it reads, man. It reads 2,000K.
You're on emergency power. You don't deserve.
Oh my
lights.
god.
Oh, come on.
Let's take the helmet off.
Put
Yeah.
the normal lights back on. What the fuck? That's
you don't
so
like-
mean.
So as you can tell,
No, red is distressing.
let's see. Where is this camera? Has it even rendered in yet?
I think they took it off.
Did they?
No.
I think so. I think they took the camera
Oh.
off because in the Intrepid it doesn't have one. So I think they're just going with like no visual camera to make it more of a seamless
All right, here you go.
looking
But
mirror.
that doesn't make sense. Like, it was here before. Why would you take it out?
You're
The
right. This
camera
is the
was
first
so funny. I loved
This
it.
is- I like the camera too. I agree. I think the camera looked cool, but I think they just took it off to make it more of a seamless
You
thing.
put me on nightlight mode?
Unless they moved it
Yeah.
elsewhere.
Okay. I'm fine with this.
But I think they took it off.
That or they put it behind the glass, because if you check the direct angle, like the center, it should be like right here.
They didn't put any toilet paper in this brig.
Well, yeah, it's not supposed to be a pleasant experience. You're in the brig.
Okay, but like there's a difference between pleasant and like basic, necessities.
Why do you need toilet paper when your diet is only Cruise Lux?
I mean, I guess you're not wrong. There is a sink here. I could just use that, I suppose.
What if it's a bidet?
No, I was gonna say if you've got the sink, just make your own bidet.
Nah, it's one of those British sinks with the double faucet.
So this here is
okay, yeah.
oh, dude, they added a chessboard to the ship that wasn't here before.
Thank God
Where?
that's what it needed.
It's over here in the mess.
Oh, I wish I could come and see.
Someone go release the prisoner.
No, you have to
Alright.
stay in here. You can release me when you come and show the brig.
All right.
There are things to
Okay.
demonstrate.
So yeah, the mess has seating for 12. The captain does not eat with the crew.
Why would he?
There's also an individual
live.
station right here for watching your TV or making comms calls. All of your food and storage is there, which, to be completely honest, actually looks pretty neat and orderly. I like it.
But why would I need to make a why would I need to use the dining area for a comms call if I can just make the call in my shower?
I don't know.
True.
I mean, technically you should be able to make it with your Mobi too, but you know, that's besides the point.
Yeah.
So we're back
It's
over
only
here
the first
at the
thing they
hangar.
show.
The ship has 2 docking collars, left and right side. When you dock to a station, it'll always dock to your right side. There's also 2 emergency ladders to go between decks. They're located left and right side of the forward entrance to the hangar. Your docking collar is actually a very defensible position if someone's trying to breach your ship. You have this exact same layout on both sides where you go downstairs, open the door, make a wow, I almost said 45 degree, 90 degree turn, and then you open the airlock.
You get sucked out of the ship. Bye bye.
And this is literally airlock fashion in the sense that there are 2 doors that are between you and the void of space. If this door will open, okay, we're gonna say fuck it. As we come back, the ship has surprise turrets that are located behind plating, armor plating. So you get
I
into
got the other side open.
this door right here.
Okay.
Get into your turret. Maybe. There we go. Frame by frame, guys. Frame by frame. Bear with me.
The frame by
The
frame
stream's starting to
analysis.
buffer a lot now.
Is it buffering? Shit.
Yeah, it's starting to buffer every couple of seconds now.
Alright, let me tab
which
out,
is
let it
useful
catch up.
audio.
I don't know what's going on, but is it catching up yet?
Let me refresh the stream. Let's see.
Yeah, because I mean, I've closed every non-essential thing that I can. Only thing I've got open right now is Star Citizen, OBS, and that's it.
How much changing around in your OBS settings have you done?
Someone's rocking the ship. Anyways, we'll take this opportunity to take a look at the gun on the outside.
Well, if you want the one of the terminals is, or not terminals, airlocks is working.
So, anyways, that, as you can tell from this side, and the, okay, let's just reset the camera. Those doors are closed. Those doors are open. turret pops out. These are quad size 3s, by the way. Top side are quad size 4s. And we have one more turret underneath the ass, which we didn't demonstrate while we were on the bridge, but that is a remote turret, and it is quad size 4s. So we're going to get out of this turret real quick, and we'll move to the next thing along this corridor.
6-man turrets, correct?
2, 3, 4,
Two top, one
5 man
front.
turrets, 5-man turrets, a remote turret, and a torpedo operator.
And a missile turret.
Oh
and
yeah,
a
one of those
missile
is a
turret
remote
operator.
turret. Yeah. That's oh yeah, there's the missile turret operator. I forgot about that.
All right.
And I think it's size 2 missiles in that missile turret, correct?
2s or 3s. I can't remember.
Okay.
There are 2 more escape pods back here. The same on the other side of the ship. So total of 4 back in this section of the ship. Left and right side of the hangar. That brings us up to a total of 12 escape pods, which equals the number of bunks, which, yet again, you know, someone's staying aboard the ship, captain goes down with the ship. Alright, we are here at the brig. We will quite simply take a look at the desk. We have some nice embossing here, RSI right there.
Yeah, you should show them the camera functionality they got there.
Taking a seat. All right. What is this? We have 2 prisoners already. Wow. Well, I hope that they are comfortable. It sure looks like it. They got a nice little bunk there. One of them has clearly been a bad boy. He has triggered the alarm system in his cell. And there's actually another cool feature to those cells. And that is there's a pass-through system. So if I come over here, yep, I can open this. Maybe. I could put something in it. Do I have anything? Hold on.
You have a med pen.
You know, yeah, let's do that.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's right here by the angled window on the inside.
Oh, I'm apparently too close to interact with the med pen itself. We will do place.
Just flipped the med pen. Why did you flip the med pen? Bro's out here playing CS:GO with a med pen in Star Citizen.
Can you imagine Star Citizen surfing?
Did that even go in there? I don't think it went in there.
I have no idea.
Me every night.
Anyways,
I'm hungry. You gotta feed me.
I can close that door, and it opens up on this side. I don't know if you can see that pen in there. Probably not.
I don't. I didn't know it opened like that. That's cool.
Yeah.
He's
cool.
served his time, so we'll go ahead and let him out.
Oh.
What about me?
Do better, Ensign. Do better.
Ensign?
What the heck? Oh, okay. I see why someone's in here.
Oh, this is the Xenothreat prisoner we picked up.
Yeah, I see why we put you in here. Someone pull a fuse.
Oh, jeez.
We'll see if we can figure out where this fuse goes later. You know
You
what?
remember when we got this Xenothreat guy?
Yeah. Xenothreat guy. Here's the thing. If you can agree to be part of the crew, we'll let you out.
Okay, sure. Part of the ship, part of the
Alright.
crew.
Don't trust him. Keep him in there.
We'll let him out.
Whoa, see you later, fuckers.
Alright, shoot him.
Steals Intrepid. Steals Intrepid, starts shooting ship from inside. It's-
Target neutralized.
Perfect. Pick him up. No, don't finish him off. Pick him up. Let's show
lagging.
him that. Let's show
Wow,
him the
that
next
was
thing.
fucking. That was fucking
Taken out.
laggy. Oh no, I'm full dead apparently.
Where are you? Oh,
I'm-
you're just
I'm-
dead immediately.
He's in heaven. He's in heaven now.
Oh.
that was
Well,
fucking weird. You
we
said
were
you
gonna-
said that I was incapacitated, and then like 5 seconds later, is when I went incapacitated.
Yeah, it like lagged on my end. I didn't know when you went down.
God.
Might have just like shot you too many times.
Well, we
Yeah.
were gonna take this opportunity to show you the next part of the ship, which is medical.
Opposite the brig.
Yeah,
Yep,
but too bad he didn't sit a spawn there, because you could have seamlessly transitioned into that segue. Damn it, Noct. Why can't you see the future?
Seriously.
I'm sorry. It was the jail cell. It dampened my future seeing abilities.
Not very energetic in there.
Oh,
Oh.
okay.
Did it just
Okay.
crash?
Nope.
I'm dead.
What?
I'm dead.
I'm like
Dead.
frozen.
You're dead.
Oh, the Polaris.
All right. Well, you know what?
Weird.
Let's go ahead and
Let's
just
pull
do
out
this.
the Star Lancer.
Hey, you know what? If we wanted to look at it more, we do have Arena Commander.
Is it
True.
an arena
That would
commander?
probably be a.
I don't
Yeah,
know, but maybe.
I
Check it
think
out.
so.
Yeah. Let me go.
As soon as
to
I'm done
AC
being
and-
frozen.
Let me go to AC and check. As soon as
Oh,
I'm...
it just crashed. Okay. Oh, never mind. I don't know what it's doing. It's like blinking in and out.
As soon as I stop, here's the funny thing. As soon as I stopped hooking into the PTU for streaming the screen, stream completely levels out. Perfectly
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah,
PTU
sounds about right.
is really in a poor state right now. Absolutely, really in a poor
It
state.
really is.
Yeah, it is.
But anyways, you guys got a chance to see about 90% of that ship. So
What about
Of the
Star-
ships
what about
coming-
Star Lancer?
we didn't get a chance to see the
Because-
Star Lancer, but we can check that out in arena.
Nobody cares
Yo.
about Star Lancer.
Yeah, I haven't seen the Star Lancer yet.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You
haven't
mentioned
either.
that yesterday. Okay. Arena Commander. I'll change back over to the screen here in just a second. Yeah, as soon as I tab back into the game, it's not doing well. Grav Rage Free Flight.
Raish.
Let's
Frame
do
fresh.
Why you gotta be
Custom?
racist?
friends.
You're being racist there, Sean.
Invite to lobby.
You're racist, Foster.
Invite to lobby. Acid got off.
I haven't been on. I won't be able to do this all together.
Okay.
I'll just watch and talk.
No worries. Krendor got off.
I crashed. I didn't get off.
No, you got off. You got angry.
He got off to crashing.
Just starts gaslighting him into how he fucking left the game. Oh my god, that's brutal.
Oh, jeez.
No, you were
Uh,
mad. You raged. Remember?
Yeah, don't you remember 5 minutes ago?
No.
You called Noct a pussy boy and then left.
Well, that does sound
no,
like
he,
me.
no, he called, no. He called
like,
me
yeah,
a
no,
pussy
you, I
boy
would
do
when I
that.
let him out of prison.
Shut up, pussy boy.
There it is.
I don't. Oh, that's right. It's RSI. I'm sitting here like I don't see it here, guys. Yeah, we got the Polaris here. We can pull the Polaris into. But I will let you pull the Polaris in. I will pull in the Star Lancer.
So we are doing Arena Commander.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sick. Whoa, they changed it. Wait, did they say anything about this?
Yeah, I mean it's been that
Invite
way
to lobby.
since the patch.
Yeah, it's been like that. It's current. This version of Arena Commander is live as well.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
When did they redo it again?
3.23.1.
Interesting.
I thought it was 0.2.
I don't remember.
It's one of those.
We just do free flight.
Yeah. Are we in free flight? No, why did it change to squadron
No, we're in
battles?
squadron battle.
There. Did it change my ship?
Time
It
limit?
did change my ship. I mean, we can screw it. Doesn't matter. Is there a time limit? Did it set a time limit?
It says 100. 100 what?
Let's go with
Minutes, I
minutes.
assume?
Yeah,
100
RSI
times.
Polaris. I
100
selected it
times.
as my ship.
Oh, you've
All right,
got your
everyone
green.
ready up.
All right. Now
Okay.
we'll see.
Let's see
If
how
we
laggy
ram
it is. Let me take
Polaris.
down the background so you
It's
guys
actually
can
only
see.
100 seconds. We gotta go.
All right. Oh, this is much smoother. Like I can actually interface with the game easier here.
That's good.
You want that in a game.
usually,
Yeah.
usually you do.
Did you also pull out a Polaris?
Yeah.
Oh. I
Yeah,
pulled out the
buttery
Polaris.
smooth. All right, this is much better, guys. I am so terribly sorry for putting you guys through all that hell like for an hour already. Okay, so let's get an external view of this ship. All right, so this is the Starlancer. You guys have already seen the external view because you've seen all the advertisement in the CitizenCon and all that other fun jazz. The base look of the Max is I like it. It's like a bare gunmetal. The highlights are like this maroonish red. I like that too. I like that a lot. However, I still stand by it to this day. This thing looks like a frickin' whale.
Does kind of look like a whale.
I mean, if you just look at the nose of it, it looks like a whale. Sperm whale, orca, something.
Definitely does not look like an orca.
Shh.
Maybe a beluga.
No one asked you.
Baby beluga.
Let's open all doors. There's the Polaris coming into view. Okay. As you can see, opening all doors opens up some cargo right at the belly. Opens up the ramp for some more cargo access. So basically the entire bottom deck is cargo. To do a size comparison, let's close all doors. This thing is 2/3 the length of the Polaris. Roughly.
Big boy.
Big boy.
Does it fit in the hangar?
Yeah.
Yeah, that definitely.
For
definitely fits in the hangar.
sure. Yeah, totally, dude.
It fits in the hangar, just we don't know how many pieces.
Only once.
It fits in the hangar just once.
Just one time.
Yeah.
So there you have it. There's the size comparison between the Polaris and the Starlancer. This is the Max variant. This is not the TAC. I don't believe the TAC is even out yet.
It's not.
No.
Let's do landing gear.
So that would make this one the tick, right?
Yeah. It's the Tic
Okay.
Tac. No, we'll call the other one the Tic Tac.
Okay.
What the heck is that? Oh, that's you. I was like, is there a piece flying off of your ship? Jesus.
It's me.
Palladio.
It's me, Dr. Crandor.
All right, we'll open all doors again.
Trauma in chat says should have slide where the face cams are smaller, so I see less Kelbeck and more game.
Oh, that's cool.
No.
You have these. You have this. These
I will
pads.
say for this, it is a little harder to see a lot of the Idris because those are big.
Idris?
But
Idris?
yeah, they
The
yeah,
Polaris.
yeah. What? Yeah, they're
Well,
all the same.
I mean, I could always just do this. Get rid of you guys.
What do you mean get rid
I
of
don't.
you
I don't
guys?
have another scene where my camera is. You know what? Tell you what. You don't need to see me either.
What?
Oh, thank goodness he's finally gone.
All right.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I
You
actually
can
really
hold
like
on. Are you
that.
controlling my guns from the pilot's from the co-pilot seat?
Bro, they put a pool table here with no billiard balls? What the fuck?
I don't know. They couldn't afford the billiard balls. This isn't an 890 jump for fuck's sake.
Then why have the pool table?
I don't know. So they can go swimming?
Wrong
Stupid.
pool, idiot.
Alright, so let's take a look at the inside now. We got the bridge, pilot and co-pilot. You have these HUD MFDs.
Damn. Oh, I love the engines.
Disappearing
These halves are
chairs.
Huge.
We've got component and fuse bays.
Oh, dang.
Avionics don't
Damn.
exist.
Captain gets a double bed.
We have a what is this? Remote turret seat. 2 of
Oh
them.
no, that's not even. That's just regular Habs. Fuck.
Yeah, those are the regular habs. They're sick.
These
Yeah.
are
Damn.
EVA suit lockers. Yeah, 4 of them. As we are currently in the Arena Commander, a lot of these things are flashing in and out for me.
Really. This is like a buttery smooth experience for me.
Me too.
It must be the game hook then for OBS. It's not liking it. Life support systems and gravity generator?
Gravity.
Gravity.
Yes, gravity. It's a very important thing, guys. Very important.
That's the funniest thing. Gravity.
Clearly you cannot leave balls on the table. I mean that's just
As you.
that's irresponsible.
Put
They're
my
probably-
balls on your table.
They're probably here in this medical locker. That's a good place to keep them. Yeah, the whole ship is like flashing in and out for me.
It's like a bad acid trip.
Yeah. From what I hear, you trip all the time.
I be tripping.
Caution, hot. They put it behind glass and they said caution, hot. Does that mean the glass heats up too?
Yes. Heated glass.
Alright, so the Habs are full-size Habs. You get, 2 beds in one. Yeah, hold on. Do we have 2 interacts for the same bed?
Wait. I'm getting damaged for shooting the caution hot.
Yeah, they're ricocheting off and hitting you in the face, just as they should. The glass has a return to sender mode.
Return to sender.
Nope, it's just one interact. You have a full freaking bed here. It's just one interact. They could have cut out so much space. You know, I bet they put these in here. They're like, let's do 4 of these. Let's do them in a square. And they're like, but we have extra space. What do we do with the extra space? Let's just give bigger beds. Why?
Instead of giving him more cargo.
Because Yeah,
Wait, when
I
you're
don't know.
laying down, can you roll over with Q or E?
No.
Oh, that'd be great if you could, though.
I'm a stomach sleeper myself, so.
Look, you even get a full bathroom in here.
I will
Like
say
you have a
this is
place for one person to like shave while the other person is literally shitting and showering at the same time.
And another person can be like writing, at the desk.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
But there are 4 of these rooms on this deck. There's
That gives me
also an
I want to see
elevator.
how this compares to the 600i because I think that's its probably biggest, like its
Hey, they put
closest.
toilet paper in that bathroom.
It
Krendor,
pops out.
you can shit in peace in the Starlancer.
Good.
Yeah, but then he can get out. That's the problem.
I don't think
Here's
that's a problem.
engineering. Nice big components.
Nice big old components.
You have some really interesting internal Bassard collectors.
Colonel, what?
You're not a Trekkie, shut up.
Wow.
Here's your fusion cores. Engineering station. More components. Another hab.
I want to see the hangar in that tack.
Another elevator. 2 elevators in this ship. I really don't think you need that many.
I want to see how this compares size wise to the 600i.
Go get it.
Well, I have it right here.
Well, then you answered your own question. Good job. So, to get to the deck, the lower deck, you have both an elevator and a stairway. So there are 3 elevators, full-sized elevators, mind you, full-sized, not just like one person. No, you can fit like 4, 5, 6 people in here comfortably.
I mean, that's nice. It's nice you have options as well. Because when this ship inevitably gets destroyed, the elevators will fail.
Okay, yeah, no, they're very
Yeah, of
similar
course.
profile wise.
Naturally. That makes sense.
I don't like how the gates open and close on this thing. They're folding French door. Accordion French door. Some more aesthetic glass. Caution hot. See, upstairs it was all like, it was just glass, right? And now here they've got to texturize it. Like, why? Just put the same glass here as it is up there. You don't need to change the material. Okay, the cargo deck lowers down, so you have this catwalk style thing, which is suspended by cables from the ceiling. And now you can step onto the deck.
How did I blow up backing away from you? What the fuck?
On my screen, your left wing was stuck in my hull.
Huh.
Giggity.
All right, Acid. So you've seen the ship from bow to actually, there's one more room. Let's do the room right up here. So this is the airlock. And just off of the airlock room is an armory.
I love that this ship actually has an armory.
So, now you've
I
seen
want
the ship
this
from bow
armory.
to stern. What do you think?
I mean, it's a misc.
It is a misc.
It
It's
is
hard
a
to
total miss.
it's hard to see past that.
A swing and a misc.
It's like it literally. I really wish, and I don't like big ships, but at the very least, I wish they would have like made this more different than a freelancer. Like it's literally just a supersized freelancer,
Okay,
and
look.
that
It's literally just a 600i sized freelancer is what it is.
The hab area I felt was interesting from an FPS perspective. It reminded me a lot of like Halo custom maps.
How so?
Just like tight corridors, like the rooms being oriented like differently. There's a lot of places to hide, and like I don't know. I just feel like if you're like raiding a cargo ship, that's more of a fun one because it, like the interior is
Yeah,
at least
that's a good
interesting.
point. That's a good point. Yeah. As far
And
as
like
that.
I don't fly misc ships, but I will raid them, so I try to look at it through that lens. Like the
This is-
Starfarer,
yeah.
I hate because the fucking internals make no sense at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Starfarer is a literally a piece of shit ship.
Well,
Yeah,
that one you also have to deal with verticality from an FPS perspective. 'Cause
Yeah.
You have an entire bay that's just like you can see from top down.
Yeah, but let's be honest here. If we're raiding this ship, there's only one deck we care about.
It's the one that's not where everyone is,
Mm-hmm.
which is an interesting design choice.
Well, there's more than one way to infiltrate a ship. We've already
Yeah.
done it before, where we have someone join someone's crew and then betray them later.
Yeah.
Quiet.
I don't think we've ever done that. I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
we don't do that. We don't condone that.
So they
Crendor.
say. So they say.
So they say.
um.
I will say I like its utilization of space a lot better than the 600i.
I mean,
That is something
Yeah.
they definitely improved since they made that piece of shit interior to the 600i.
That is what I'm really looking forward to with the rework of it.
honestly, I would be happy with a
It's so
600,
long.
not a 600i.
Yeah. Or even like
Oh,
a
I mean-
625A would be cool.
Flying, fine. I still have my guns.
Come on.
Hey. Hey. Come on now. Who's doing it? There you are.
I do like the ramp access, the way it closes and opens. The mechanics of that are pretty cool. I mean, overall,
I'm curious
the
how
look of
many
the ship,
people use it.
I like the look of the ship from about,
I like how I
Well,
did
hold on.
damage with that.
if you take this point right here, if I could stop moving because of EVA, which they've changed EVA again, by the way, you know, because now, even if you're going forward, you change your camera position, it changes the direction of your motion. So from this point back, from the bottom of my screen back, I like the ship. Only thing I don't like is the bridge, or the whole front of the ship. It has that misc look. I don't like that misc look.
It
Yeah,
literally
they're all
just
their
looks-
ships are all like super bubbly.
It literally just looks like a giant freelancer. But at least, I mean, I think it should, considering it's literally called the Star Lancer. It literally shares half the fucking name.
Well, the other thing too is like I think more people will actually use this, and I think we'll see a lot of these because it seems like it's
Oh, you'll guaranteed
It's
see a lot of
a
these.
little more sturdy. And how many
It's
turrets
the
are
same
on
as the Intrepid. Like you can tell, they're trying to make the ships more immersive. Like
Yeah.
they're hitting more on like the day-to-day aspect of the game. Like they're putting more homey things in there, like desks that are like workable and stuff.
I
Like
see.
even in the Polaris, like they're doing
I
stuff
see
like
two
that.
turrets, one forward, one rear, and then you've got the two ones that are on the sides, that are player or pilot controlled. That is the thing that I do really like about this, is that it still has pilot controlled guns. I just wish that they were size 5 instead of size 4, like at
Yeah,
least
but
on
it
the
begs the
TAC.
question: what does the co-pilot do?
Yeah. I mean, they probably man one of these turrets. Unless those are separate stations.
They are separate stations. There's 2 more seats in the bridge that
Okay.
man the remote turrets.
Well,
Do you see my
well, what?
Polaris spinning
Yeah,
the fuck
yeah.
out?
I was trying not to. But one thing I do like about it is I like the
I don't know what you did, but that's funny.
yeah, I like the maneuvering thrusters on the front.
See,
It
and that's
feels
one thing I don't
very
like.
really.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Why?
I just don't. I don't like that aesthetic. Like
Why?
I can't fully explain it, but just why do you have 4 old-timey thruster nozzles bundled together when you could have one big ion thruster?
Because it's MISC.
Yeah, but MISC shares technology with, what is it, Xeon?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so they gotta
Yeah,
have
so
the
why do you
old-timey
have
feeling.
old-timey thrusters? Why do you have old-timey thruster nozzles when you have advanced technology? I
They
mean,
gotta have the old.
wow, if I can say it right, the Mirai brand
Yeah, Mirai.
has a whole different thruster technology, and yet this ship operates off of old-time technology. Look at the rear engines, look at the thruster nozzles. The maneuvering on this ship is old-time. Like, this doesn't even feel like a new ship. It feels like an
Well,
old ship.
I mean, that's kind of how MISC itself
That is,
operates.
yeah, that is kind of their brand.
That's their
This is their
modus
aesthetic.
operandi.
I mean, if you look at
Yeah.
this primary thruster in the back, that's the newest looking thruster, and I think the rest of the ship should have emulated that.
Oh, like the Millennium Falcon looking one.
Mm-hmm.
Eh, I when I hear MISC though, I don't really think of like I think of kind of like almost retro futuristic.
Yeah.
No, I mean, okay, maybe a little, tiny bit, but here's the other thing. These wings should have folded. Either down or up, I don't care which, but they should have folded. It looks like
Those
they
wings
should.
shouldn't exist.
Yeah, the
Well-
wings are weird.
It's just like
Yeah.
they shouldn't exist on the Freelancer, and they shouldn't exist on this ship.
The only reason I could see it is may give it some maneuverability in Atmo, because it looks like this
It
trailing
looks like
edge
they
here.
pop off. It looks like they literally pop off. They're just
It does.
When I
magnetized.
shoot them,
But it looks like there's a an actual like control surface back here on the back of it.
Yeah, and if you're gonna put control surfaces on a vehicle, this is where you would put them, is on the furthest out from the center of mass. So yes, if this were to be, first off, it's too thick to be an actual control surface. But if it were to be a
Yeah,
control
but-
surface,
I mean,
this is where
that's
you'd
gonna
put it.
That's the case with most vehicles. But like it's the only thing I can see it being, especially with how it's separated.
Here's what doesn't make sense to me. From a design perspective, from like aeronautics and stuff like this, they have this air shield, this air dam, and then they have these vents. Well, I mean, yeah, no, it still doesn't make sense. If you got rid of that air dam, then these vents would function exactly as they're intended to do. This is meant to create negative pressure inside the engine cavity and pull away the hot air. And when you put this air dam in front, you're deflecting the air up and away from these vents, which doesn't generate the negative pressure you need to pull that hot air away. So I don't know what they're doing here. This is the rule of cool. This is the
It's
rule
also
of
going
cool
to
where
act-
they've
isn't it also going to add turbulence above it, which is going to further impede?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, because it'll go up. If you're in atmosphere, the air will go up, and it'll try and fill in this, so it'll create kind of a little
It'll create
turbulent
like a
area
little
in here.
vortex.
Exactly. Now, I could understand if this was actually part of the hull and it folds up to become an air brake. That would make sense. But this is not an air brake. This is literally, in its present form, it's an air dam.
It looks like it should be an air brake, just based on the way it's presented, and the down to the hinges on it.
These right here suggest that these can fold vertical, which would make sense because if you go in atmosphere, these should go vertical and become vertical stabilizers.
Yeah,
I don't know what other use they would have, or why they would even be on hinges. What other design features can we rip apart on this thing? Let's take a look here.
We haven't actually taken a good look at the exterior of the Polaris.
No, we haven't. We'll do that here in just a second. See, this is the part that makes me think that this is a whale. First off, it's nice and rounded, like a whale's head. Then you have these, like, long lines, long parallel lines that would be on the belly of a whale. And it's on the head, it's on the underside too. Like, it's a whale.
Yeah.
And here's the weird thing.
I mean,
like the landing gear isn't even here. What is this?
Missiles, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, all right, that could be missiles. Maybe.
I believe it is missiles.
Okay. Yeah, if it's missiles, I'll accept that. But then, what is this? There's this great big huge bay right here too. Is this a second missile pod? That could be a second missile pod.
Well, I mean, there's an easy way to find out. I can just go in there and deploy the missiles.
Go for it.
If I can actually get into the airlock.
Hey, your ship is slowing down. What'd you do to get it to spin?
I rammed my other Polaris.
Oh, yeah, that would do it.
Wait, you rammed a Polaris into a Polaris while a Polaris watched.
Yeah.
Nice.
Isn't Arena Commander magical?
You tell them you're next.
Another thing is it could be elevator.
Elevator.
No, the elevator is off to the side. I've already confirmed where that's at.
Gotcha.
Yep, see, there's the elevator right next to the landing gear.
Yeah.
Second drink. See, I'm doing better, guys. I'm getting the caffeine flowing again. We're good.
There you go. That's what's needed.
Yep.
Is the caffeine.
Those. Oh, hold on. Turn those back on. Those were missiles. Let's take a look at those. You have 8 missiles. Is it 8 total?
Okay, yeah, it is. Hang on, let me check.
Because you have 4 tubes in each.
No, it's 16.
Okay, so they're double stacked. So you get 2 missiles per tube. Which, honestly, that makes sense. Are they size 3s?
Yeah, they're size 3s.
Please close the windows, empty the house. Thank you.
Wait,
If you up, please.
Oh, interesting. It Huh. Okay, no, I see. It's just wait. It looked like there was like one shot out from the top.
Yeah, there are 2 racks.
No. Yeah, there's bespoke racks on the top like there are on the Connie.
Oh shit. Yeah, there are. Okay, then that doesn't make sense. Why are the bays so deep if they're not double stacked?
Yeah, no.
Aesthetic. I mean, this has like a very blocky aesthetic.
Waste of space aesthetic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They like to be very liberal with how they use their volume.
All right, so we have 4 missile bays.
A lot
Honestly,
of guns.
I feel like the missiles underneath the nose should have been size 4s then. You should have had 8 size 4s and 8 size 3s.
Yeah. Can you not? At least let me defend myself.
No.
Oh, okay.
I will say, well, let's not put my face in the engine. I will say I like the font they used for Star Lancer along the side. I would actually like this font, so that way I could use it in other places. I really do like that. It looked good. I don't know what this is though. I have this little hatch. Imagine this is a fuel tank. Or a fuel port attachment, I should say. Not that anyone would be able to reach it.
I'd
be able to reach it.
They have changed EVA in a sense that it makes it really hard to maneuver. Once you're moving forward, changing direction, like going in reverse, it's not very easy.
Yeah. They didn't add the gripping the surfaces thing yet either.
So
No.
here's you faceplant everything. So they've changed EVA yet again. They brought it in. When they brought it in, it felt amazing. It was one of the best systems that they ever could have done.
Yep.
And someone goes, "It doesn't feel right. I'm gonna change it." Motherfucker, whoever is at CIG who is listening in or is gonna watch this later, you fucked up.
Fuck you.
You had it right the first time.
Whoa!
What'd you do?
The fuck
that-
happened there?
Was that your Polaris or mine? I thought that was mine.
That was yours.
Okay.
I thought that was a Star Lancer for a second.
Well, the Star Lancer is dead.
Oh, is it? I still see it.
No, it's not dead.
Oh no, when you hit it, pieces disappeared, and I thought it was dead.
No.
Okay. So here's another thing that I have a problem with. This little accent light right here, I'll turn my light off. It shines up to the wing, not onto the registry number. The registry number is right here, and they have not highlighted the registry number, which everyone who knows anything about aeronautics, typically when you have a tail number on an aircraft or on the side of a hull, you light it up. So it's clearly visible.
It's not even aeronautics. That's just like vessels in general. Like it's the same thing with ships.
Yeah, you identify, you clearly identify your registry number.
Shit, it's the same with cars.
Yeah,
Like
lights on the license plate.
Some states have a law where you have to have your license plate lit up.
But yeah, there are some design features on here that I clearly do not like. I think the wings should have been on a hinge. Some people think that they shouldn't have even existed, and I can see that them not being there makes sense, but it does add a kind of a cool feature. Plus, it makes it a little bit more airworthy when it comes to atmosphere. It's not a huge surface. Like, you need a lot of speed to make that wing work, but it will generate lift. That wing will definitely generate lift. So if you're going fast enough, you have lift without your thrusters underneath. She won't glide by any means. This is a literal brick. So if you lose your engine power, these things will do nothing more than guide you to the ground directly. Basically it's enough to create a drag so your nose goes down. So you and the ground will be meeting very quickly.
Well, the ground is safety, right? So
You're
here for going straight to safety.
That's right. What do we got here? Keep clear. I don't know if that's an intake or an exhaust vent. Looks like an intake, to be honest. There's a little hatch right here. It doesn't look like it has any kind of function, just cosmetic. Here's the funny thing. Okay, they have this hose. The hose goes up, over, down, across, back up. They could have just ran the hose up, straight across, and then up. Why did you have to frame this specific panel when the panel does nothing? Someone has wasted resources and time just for a quote-unquote cool feature. You didn't need to outline that panel. Waste of space. Same thing with these right here, right? Why do you need coolant hoses or whatever these are going into this, like, in this fashion? Not to mention, like, if we look at this, if I had to try and brain this out, the hose coming out the side makes sense. I will accept that. The hose coming out at a 45 and then to be clamped down like that, that's an afterthought design. That is not ideal. This hose should have come straight off the back and connected here. Like this was not necessary. Whatever is flowing through these hoses, that 45-degree kink there, that messes with the flow. It's still gonna work. It's not clean. But they're 90-degree corners. These are fine. I can accept those. They're secured to the hull correctly. Although I feel like these hoses could have been something inside. I feel like these are unnecessarily put outside the hull just for aesthetic, and I don't like it. Same thing with these hoses here. These hoses right here, they're following the outside of the hull and they're following plate lining, right? Here they make this turn where it goes 90 degree, then 90 degree, and then into the hull. If you take a closer look, going into the hull doesn't even have like any proper design here. There's nothing there. Just it goes through the plating. There's no coupler. There's no shielding. There's no nothing. That is straight metal against a hose. Now, that's a big no-no in real life, because any vibration of the hull will start cutting into that hose, and then you end up with a breach, and then bad things happen. But then we have these 290s to talk about. These 290s, if this is a power line, fine. If this is not power, if this is something else, some kind of fluid, the 290s is interrupting the flow of travel. Plus all these other bends down the line, those are completely unnecessary. They're just put there to follow the lines of the plate. I don't like any of that at all. This 90 needs to be folded out and brought down to this corner down here. So it's a straight shot down to a 90 and then into the ship. Yet again here we've got a 90, 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 a 90. That's a lot of 90-degree turns for this hose. So hopefully it's electrical and it is not anything else. Here they've actually got a coupler. Look at this. See, this is how the other one should look down below. This right here is how it should look. It looks like based on this, it looks like it's probably an electrical line. That looks like an electrical coupler. It doesn't look like anything that would be fluid. So, if this is electrical, I can accept the way that they've routed it. It's unnecessary, but I can accept it. It's not going to impede the flow of electricity. It's not ideal. Even in the flow of electricity, the more 90s you have, the more issues you're going to have with the flow of electricity, just like you would fluid, but it's not going to... Anyways, I digress. But then it comes down to this thruster here, which it looks like an ion thruster because it's blue, right? But it's that old style thruster. And yet again, it just goes straight into the hull Although, I can't tell. No, I think that's. It looked like they had some kind of like protection there, but it's not. It's just a divot in the metal. Bad design. Bad design there. Everyone else is just quiet. They're like, this guy's just fucking rambling. What the fuck's wrong with him?
Well, I'm also trying to keep up because the stream's behind. So watching you, I'm like listening, and then like you're about a minute behind what the stream, or you're a minute ahead of where the stream's at.
Okay. These flex hoses up here, I have a feeling these are actually fluid. And if that's the case, more 90s that are unnecessary. They could have just. They didn't have to do these 90s. This could have been a flowing curve. First off, why are these couplers facing this direction? This is bad design. This should have been turned 90 degrees towards the back of the ship, so these lines could just go straight in. They could, if there were any extra turns that needed to happen, they could have done that below the plating. They shouldn't have done it here. Plus, I mean, all of these lines on the exterior of the ship, this is bad design. If you have lines on the outside of your ship, any small thing can cut these and then your ship's sunk. Like, this is bad. And what is this? Like, is this like a little pop-up C3PO or R2D2, I mean? Or is this like a little automated rotating like mini laser battery? Like, what is this? Is this the shield generator?
Yeah, that could maybe could be a generator of some sort. Like it pulled the shield, like the shield comes from there, you know.
Or maybe it's the engine spark plug. I don't know.
Yep.
I think that's the subwoofer. I think that's the sick 18-inch subwoofer they have installed.
You know, that makes sense. When you step on the gas, it's just wah 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 wah.
Yeah. I'm just driving down the road bumping fucking, you know, all the old heads.
You gotta have proper bass for your engines.
Yeah.
But I mean, and that's just the top side. I'm sure there's more shit down below. Like I see another line here. These honestly look like hydraulic lines. I don't know what else they would be, and they do unnecessary. Here's why. They have this coming in, which they have it going in properly. I like that. That's nice and clean. But then you have this line coming out. Again, it's probably an electrical line, but all of these unnecessary curves. These could have been back-to-back 45-degree couplers, right? So this coupler up here could have been down here. This coupler could have been just rotated 45 degrees and have it follow the base. Why did you have to do what you did?
Cut to morphologist video when it comes out of the Starlancer architect reviews, and he's like, notice the fine attention to detail of the hosing around the Starlancer Max. Meanwhile, Kelbuck's over here like, this is a fucking stupid plastic tube, dude, dumb 90-degree angle, stupid geometry.
Look at this. The hose comes forward all the way to the front, does a 90, doubles back on itself to come into the coupler. Why?
They made a square?
Yeah, basically. Just why?
It's because they had extra piping, so they needed to make it work.
Yeah,
it was longer than they planned.
It's called scissors. And then here yet again, you have another 90-degree right off of a 45. Like,
maybe the farther the distance it travels, the more it cools.
Well, yeah. Yep, that's it. You nailed it right on the head.
That's why we have all these bends and warps and curves and turns, and it's just got to travel a lot, so that way by the time it gets where it needs to go, it's cool.
You know, I honestly, for these liquid hoses, I would actually accept that as a reasoning, because you know the void of space can be quite cold in the shadows.
Yeah, that's why they're all outside and not under the paneling, like you said. Cooling.
Doesn't make sex. Doesn't
Doesn't
make
make
sense.
sex. No sex
For-
made.
No, not for the designers of this ship.
It just none of the designers of this ship are getting sex. That's for damn sure.
Shout out CIG devs. Hell yeah.
That's right. They even have female devs. They're not getting it either.
It's equality.
That's right. But yeah, whoever designed the hosing on this needs to rethink their lives. I will say that nicely.
I'm sure they were gonna rethink it nice and hard.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
That Starlancer was the dumbest decision I ever made.
This double 90 right here was unnecessary. At least the couplers are facing the right direction. I applaud them for that, but they could have just gone straight in. They didn't need this double 90 here. That's ridiculous. I'm at a point of just critiquing hoses. This is ridiculous. Wow. Okay. I'm done.
We still have another ship.
Yeah, we do. We do. Go ahead. Let's do that. Let's get away from this MISC mess. We all know that MISC is complete shit. Alright. Let's get to the finer details of this ship. There's a lot to cover here. The first thing I'm going to point out, because I noticed this earlier, I'm going to stop myself here. Is my light on? It is on. Okay. You have 4 escape pods right in front of whatever this is. Is this an intake? Is this a ram scoop? What is this? Does this ship have fuel scoops? Is that what this is? Is this fuel scoop?
Maybe.
I mean, it might.
But there are 4 escape pod hatches directly in front of this intake, of whatever fashion this intake is. And then, of course, it's nice and rough. It doesn't very... Well, it does... Alright, it does merge with the hull a little bit, but it could have done better. I guess it's alright. I take that back. It just...
You're just trying to find things to nitpick.
A little bit. I feel like this right here could have merged with the hull a little bit better. Instead, they tried to make this upper section its own piece, which then it merges with the rest of the hull over here. So why that piece doesn't do it, I don't know. I will give credit to the canopy. It seamlessly merges in with the rest. It looks like it could have a blast shield in the future.
That would be pretty good.
Or they would have to redesign the top just a little bit to make it thicker right here. But it looks like it could easily have a blast shield. I think it should. I mean, if the what is it? The
Eric?
Thank you. Carrick has a similar cockpit to this, and it has a blast shield. I think this one should also have a blast shield. So here's the other thing that I found interesting. When I fired off these missiles, these are 1 deep. This does not reload. You have 16 missiles, and those missiles are bound to the co-pilot.
You can fire them from the pilot's chair.
I wasn't able to, so if you can, that's actually pretty good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's how I was firing them earlier.
Well, it's good to know that you can fire them from both chairs then. This right here is your light. This bar right there. That's a pretty big light. It actually is very bright. It actually does go a good distance, so kudos to them. They've done a good job with the front headlights. These are your torpedo tubes. They are stopped up when no one is on the station. When someone gets on the station, those doors open up, so that is pretty cool. I like that. I don't like how the I don't know. I don't like that edge tapering. It seems like a simple thing, but it just looks too simple to me. Am I the only one on that?
I like it.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be super complicated. It's literally a sliding door.
Well, I mean, when you look at the rest of the ship, like comparing the rest of the ship and all the detail that we will touch on, this piece, it just looks way too simple. It looks like there wasn't a whole lot of effort put into, and I can even see the edge geometry. Like I can definitely see the edge geometry in this. Look at this. You can literally see there's a corner, there's a corner, there's a corner, there's a corner. Like you can see the edge geometry in this. It's not very clean. Compared to all the other work that they do, these are definitely some very rough edges.
That I will agree on.
I don't know what these are. I don't know if these are like pitot tubes or like communication antennas or what. But I mean,
imagine it's probably some combination of them. Yeah. My guess is sensor package.
Possibly. This looks like it could be sensor package too, because this actually folds up and closes when you go into landing.
Yeah.
So I don't know what these are.
That makes. Yeah. I think you're right that they would be like pitot tubes.
Well, I mean, the true sense of pitot tube. So a pitot tube actually measures the air pressure, right?
Yeah. Which
so,
I mean,
you can't really do that. But it's something akin to a pitot tube.
Yeah. But that's why I was calling it a sensor package.
Yeah, Omega is in chat. Yes, we're still doing an overview of the new ships. That's what this entire stream is all about. It's a whole bunch of ship talk. We're just talking shit about all these ships. Which I've done a good job at tearing apart the Freelancer for its stupid hosing. Sorry, Freelancer. Starlancer.
Same thing.
Same thing.
No, one's bigger.
That's what she said. Alright, so these are the retro thrusters, or at least some of the retro thrusters. They're left and right side of the main bridge. I don't know, I feel like these retro thrusters were an afterthought. I feel like these could have actually been built into the ship a bit more, but I mean, the way that they have strapped them on does look kind of nice, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like the retro thrusters were an afterthought. I feel like if you were to make a more seamless Dorito design, you could have done a little bit better job. But even still, it does merge well with the ship. It adds a lot more eye-popping detail to the ship. Adds a lot more edges. It's not as clean, which I guess is kind of the RSI aesthetic. RSI is not meant to be extremely clean edges and surfaces. That's more of an Aegis feature, so I guess we don't want to look exactly like Aegis, so that makes sense. Which in case you can't tell, I'm an Aegis fanboy. I like the clean look of Aegis plating. The detail on the engine, however, I do like. Even though you've got all this exterior hosing, it's actually underneath something. Like there's actually something covering it, some kind of like exoskeleton structure with some kind of plating of some kind. I like that. Exposing hosing, I'm okay with, as long as it's still somewhat protected.
I think Dr. Seuss would be okay with it too.
Yeah. I'm not sure what this is. Like, this is weird. Why does this bulge out? Why is this like this? Just says caution. So whatever this is, It's an intake of some kind. Danger M-lock. Mechanism operated automatically. Okay. So yeah, this is definitely an intake. There's a vent right there. So whatever it is comes in. The flow gets redirected. I mean, this looks like an. If you look at the flow of that hose, it reminds me of how a standard jet engine today, a stealth jet engine, has an intake. Because the way that they intake is they come in, and then it curves to one side or the other, and then comes into the central intake of the turbine. And that's meant to reduce actually the sound of the turbine from coming back out, I think, is how that works. Anyways, it's supposed to reduce sound. Or vibrations or radar. Like if radar were to enter the front of the intake, it would bounce all inside the intake chamber and not come back out. I'm not entirely sure exactly how that works, but it's one of those three things.
Well, I thought you had all the answers. God damn it.
I mean, I try to. I like to think I do, obviously. This is one of the point defense turrets, so the PDS system. There are 7 of these on the ship. I don't like the placement of them. I'll tell you that right now. Like this one right here is not in an ideal location. It has literally a 90 degree by 180 degree firing arc.
I got kicked out of the session.
Skill issue.
That's right, skill issue. So there's one of those on each side. This 0G handling is really... I'm gonna stop complaining about it, I promise. I'll stop. I do like these maneuvering thrusters. These maneuvering thrusters are gorgeous. 100% gorgeous. 100%, 10 out of 10. Like, I would make out with that thruster. That's how gorgeous it is. And look, the name of the ship, Polaris. It is lit up. Not very well, but it's lit up. Properly.
It's more like the P is lit up and then the rest of the Polaris is kind of there.
You got the PO and half the L, alright?
It's the
So you know it's not the Perseus.
Yeah, POL, it's not Perseus. Precisely, that's exactly it. I'm not going to go over every little detail, but here's another example of where they expose some components here. You don't really know exactly what the components is, but this is such a big ship that you're not really looking at close detail anyways. That's the exact same art style, by the way, that they use on the stations. If you look at the stations and you look up close, this is exactly the art style they use for the stations. So I mean, it's a good way to add more detail with very little, I wouldn't say effort, but with very little resources in the texture files. But yet again, it's also behind some kind of plate like that. They expose it, but still cover it and protect it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they feel a need to put a light over top of the missile tubes, but okay.
Well, so you can see
So don't miss the hole.
Yes.
So you can see how many you have left.
I mean, you can already see that. Even the captain. So that's the cool thing from the captain's chair. You can look left and right and see how many missiles you physically have left.
Maybe, but only because of the light. What if the light was off? Then it'd be dark.
Exactly.
You don't see how many you have left.
By the way, they have thought of the future. That is your fuel port.
Where?
Right above the bridge.
Oh wow.
Huh.
That is where you're gonna connect to your refueling ship, your Starfare.
Where's the Fury gonna go?
Obviously somewhere inside the Starfare.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So these are bespoke weapons, and I mean, someone said they could take it off, but I don't think it was intended, because looking at these weapons, it doesn't look like they belong anywhere else. The plating on the side of the gun looks like it directly belongs to this turret, and if you look at where it connects to the turret, it looks like it's not supposed to come off.
I just hate the idea of a gun that's stuck on a ship that's ballistic.
Yeah, so
Especially when you
it doesn't look
can't
like
reload
there's
it.
doesn't look like there's any other mounting points for putting different guns on here. So it is 300 rounds per barrel, 600 rounds total, and you cannot change this for anything else other than ballistic.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah,
like
one
the
thing
shape of
that-
this turret though.
I really
Yeah.
like that turret.
Yeah. The one thing that I really wish they would do for ballistics is give it reloading like they have in Elite Dangerous.
You know, if you remember the squadron like preview from Sitcon this year, they
Yeah.
do have that in the Javelin turret at least. Like the dude is
Yeah, I
reloading
saw
the big
that.
cannons. Yeah, so I
But
could see
they-
them adding that to Star Citizen at some point.
They
I hope so.
yeah, they thing is the magazine was smaller. So you'd basically fire off and then you deplete the magazine, and then there'd be like a couple second delay while the magazine reloads.
Okay.
So I don't know if the total is different or if I don't know how that would work.
I think
don't
that's
think
a
it should
single.
matter.
I think that's going to be a single player thing. I think that's a
Yeah.
single player thing, and because you're operating off of capital ships and those are your home bases, quote unquote, in the game, I think that they're just not going to be dealing with reloading ammo because
there
it's
is
like
reloading.
single player things.
Yeah, there is.
No, but I know, but I mean like the way we reload. Like we have to go to a pad to reload. That's the only way we can do it.
Restart.
But I think that in Squadron 42, I think it's just going to be like reloading is that like that animation you saw as a gunner in every ship, because I don't think a Polaris, let's say if you were in a Polaris in Squadron 42, I bet that this front turret doesn't run out of ammo ever. I bet you just have to reload it like that animation Krindor was talking about. But I bet that's a single player game thing when you're turret gunning in a single player game.
Yeah, but
That
it
I don't
doesn't-
think they'll add that in Star Citizen. I
Which
think
is
you'll always
unfortunate.
have a base ammo amount that you'll have
Yeah.
to, which I don't
Well-
like on these guns. I don't like that these guns run out of ammo, and then like if you're still mad in the battle, like now that turret gunner's got no job. Like
Mhm.
Right, but I think
Like,
that's
that
what Krender
sucks.
I think that's what Krender was wanting, or what I think Nocturus was wanting, where basically if we carry extra ammo aboard, we should have the option of being able to reload that
Yes.
cannon in flight.
Exactly.
That
Yeah,
is
that
my
would be-
belief.
Mhm.
I if they put that in, that would be real, at least for guns like this. Like for guns
Yeah.
like this, it would make sense if that's the only way, because you can't pull them off. But like if it was a Revenant Gatling, like I don't see them adding that to like,
No.
you know, if we put Gatlings on your side turrets in this ship. If you put Gatlings on your side turrets that come out, I don't think those will ever get to a point to where, oh, we have reserves. Well, you would have to put on a new Gatling there on the thing. I think that'll always be that way.
Which, when you think about it, it's kind of stupid. It's like, hang on, my A10's out of 30 millimeter. Let me just replace the gun in it.
Yeah, the capital ships should have like a different method. Like in a small, like a light fighter, they run out of ballistics, they're out. But in a
Yeah,
ship
I'm
like
fine with
this,
that.
Yeah, in
Yeah.
a ship like this,
Yeah.
every ballistic gun should be able to just like y'all said. Like I agree, they should just
There should be a
replenish.
pool of ammo based on how much you have in your cargo, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
And
Yeah,
it just
have a
like
s-
it just magically pulls from it, but like, you know, there's a timer kind of thing.
Mhm.
Like it's not instant. You know, like
yeah.
I don't even
make it
think-
balanced.
Just
I
have
mean,
a set
I'm
magazine.
I'm perfectly okay even if there's something that has to happen. Like if one of the engineers has to run and grab a crate and throw it into a specific spot and have it just be consumed from that, like for instance, you know how you have the 1 SU crates that you can open and it has an internal inventory, right? Well, ammo crates would be something similar except you don't get into them, right? You would or better yet, make it the 1 SU crates, the ones that you can open up, and you just pile in ammunition. Like ammunition is individually bought. You pile it into that crate, set that crate in that spot, and then that spot is designed to access that crate and consume the ammo out of it, and then you just reload crates into that spot. Like pull a crate out, set it down because it's empty, put a new crate in, and then have it automatically feed into the barrels. Like, how is that should be a system?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I think just have a SCU crate that, like, basically just like a box, just fucking yeet it onto it, and there you go.
But
no, I like that idea.
I'm internally laughing while you guys are talking about ammunition, not at you guys, at these control surfaces, right? This is a massive ship, as you guys have seen, and it has. Okay, these ones back here I can understand, like it'll help turn the ship a little bit in atmosphere, like a little bit. But then you got these little tiny winglets up here by the front, and it does have a control surface on it too. But the total surface of this thing is negligible for affecting the ship at all. It'll generate lift, but nowhere near the amount that you're going to need to lift the ship. It'll generate, like you have a little flap there, or whatever you want to call it, maybe an aileron of some form or another, but even if you were to change the direction of that aileron, it's not going to change the direction of flight of that ship. Not at all. If anything, this is a trim at best. At best, that's a trim. There's nothing else that thing could be used for at all.
Well, I could see those four
to be out in space.
I could see those four the giant space brakes in the back being used to maneuver the ship.
Yeah, but those only come out when your gear go down. When you put the gear down, that's when those come out.
Which makes no sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense. Those should be individually controlled. I 100% am on board with you. But the funny thing is, when you put the gear out, the engines fold closer to the hull, and then those things fold up. So the only thing I can think of as to why that happens is it's protecting the ventral thruster, the retro thrusters, which are attached to these engine pods here. So these are both forward and reverse engines. So it's as you land, it's preventing assumptions here. It would prevent any kind of debris from kicking back into the engine. Which, again, it doesn't actually do because there's way too much space between that air brake thing and the engine, but still.
I think it's just really cool, honestly.
It probably is. I was just trying to give it some kind of function. So here you've got two more antennas. Yeah, here you've got two more antennas. Fortunately, this part of the engine actually is not a retro thruster. This does not activate when you go in reverse. The ones above and below do. This one does not. So that's good because otherwise you'd roast your hull.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, are these countermeasures? I feel like these are countermeasures. Those are not escape pods.
They should make a ship, no weapons, that's just like a classic UFO with like no inertia, just instant acceleration, no momentum, and that you could just fly it wherever you want, however fast you want, and then that's it. That's the whole ship. You just fly.
This right here.
It's like a flat disc, basically.
Starter ship.
Yeah, yeah. No weapons, no cargo space. It's just a pilot seat and like a fucking, like a classic UFO. Yeah, like a classic UFO shape, just like a little saucer.
Well, that doesn't exist.
I know. I'm saying it should exist.
Exactly.
These right here, I believe, if I had to guess, is the flares. Right between the wings. I haven't seen the... Where's the registry on this ship? Has anyone seen the registry yet?
The what?
I've not.
The registry number?
That's haven't really looked.
So they have maneuvering thrusters on the primary engine nacelle, which is very firmly attached to the main ship structure, which apparently... hold on. Let me take a look at this coupling here. It's a pretty firm coupling, but it looks like it actually has some ability to have motion a little bit.
A little bit.
No, that one's actually pretty solid. It looks like just a weight reduction thing. These ones definitely have motion. There's a hinge right there. And that's a solid strut that doesn't move. So it's just the hinge on the end. So the engines fold on that hinge closer to the primary nacelle here. And then the air, quote-unquote air brakes come out to cover the reverse thrust. I'm about to run out of O2. Let me get the ship real quick.
You literally are about to die.
Oh, the suit's regenerating. Well, since we're here and we couldn't get to it before, let's go ahead and just take a look at this entryway. Open. Open. There we go. So, when you come in, like if someone breaches right here, they don't really have a spot to hide right here. They do a little bit, but not much. On the other side, there's no spot at all. So even if they're like trying to sit over here, they don't really have the ability to peek, right? Well, maybe a little bit, but they don't. Anyways, long story short, this is not a very defensible position down here. It's very easy for them up there to murder anyone in this area. So if you have a crew who's skilled at FPS and decide that they do not want any more crew aboard, they can keep them from getting on the ship pretty easily. I don't know what this pipe is. I think this is the this pipe right here must be the pellet stove. Yeah, that's the pellet stove pipe for exhausting out the top.
Yeah, that's where the actual simulated smoke funnels through the real pipe that has an actual interior.
Yeah, exactly.
There's real pressure simulation.
All right, moving back out. Yeah, this ship is really big. All right.
It's
Here's
like
another...
really big.
It's really big. Okay, so this is another one of those PDS systems right behind the hangar bay. Another one is located just underneath this. Ah, there's a registry number. Tiny as fucking hell on the ass. It's not even, like, the name of the ship is bigger, and it's not even the name of the ship. It's the name of the class of ship. Guys, come on. You know people are going to want to show their names big and bold right here, not the stupid class of the ship. Why take up such valuable real estate? Why make the registry number so goddamn tiny? People need to know that shit. Charlie Yankee 3227 Echo Yankee. That's a weird registry number. So there's the other PDS system. This is for the rear. This one has a pretty good firing arc. I do like the location of this one. Yet another registry number right there. So you got 2 registry numbers, top and bottom of the ass. Weird thing is this PDS system is pointed forward. It should be pointed backward, so that's not an attention to detail. You have a light right there shining on the registry number, but it is not quite shining on the registry number. Like that's a fail. Good job. Way to go. That registry number is still yet again tiny as fuck. We've already talked about the engines and the struts. The struts, by the way, are solid. I like them. Not only are they multi-layered, or at least that's what they make it look like, but there's some honeycombing in between the layers to strengthen that structure, to make it lightweight and strong. I don't think I like this part, though. This main engine strut connects to this triangular piece, which the triangular piece does not connect to the struts above and below. It then narrows down to this tiny little point where it connects to the hull. I don't like that. Let's check the front side of this though and see if it connects anywhere else. It does. Okay, so it connects to the front half, the front part of the ship. So I'm not letting them off the hook for this one. I think that could have been designed better, but at least it has some strong support in the front to, you know, to justify its position without breaking off. Do you guys have any critiques on the outside of this ship that I've kind of flown over so far? Because I mean, I've pretty much gone from bow to stern. I haven't gone into extreme detail because this is a massive ship and there's probably some smaller things I could nitpick on, but I won't.
I mean, it's a cool ship. It's a big ship.
Yeah.
Thanks, Acid.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I really, really, really like this new ship.
It's my
fine
favorite
ship.
It's my favorite Danger Dorito.
I can't find the registry number anywhere else on the ship. It's only a tramp stamp. The registry number on the ship is a tramp stamp.
Well, she a freak like that.
Oh no, I found another one. It's in a
Respect her journey.
Why is it here? Why? It should be here, right in front of RSI. Like, why? That is not a place you put a registry number. And what is this? Is this? It's a heat sink. It looks nothing like a. I mean, it does have fins and teeth and stuff, so I guess maybe, but the fuck?
So do you.
Yeah. I don't have fins. What's wrong with you?
Hey, you do. You got gills and shit.
Rows of
Okay.
fish.
Okay. I like this. This is good. I don't know what this is. This is probably literally the main spine of the ship where all the main important components are, you know, all the main conduits are. ODN lines and stuff.
For your coolant and your heatant.
What'd you say?
For your coolant and your heatant.
Heatant.
Heatant. Yeah, it's the
Okay.
opposite of coolant.
I see.
My man has played Borderlands 3 before, I take it.
Yeah.
Here's another registry number. This one makes a little bit more sense to its placement, but I still don't like how small it is. Like, Why is the registry number so freaking tiny all over the ship? I found 4 places so far where it's at. And each place... oh, here's another one. See that... Let's see, hold on, let me back up. Oh, there's another one. Okay. So the registry number is literally all over the ship, but it's so tiny that you can't fucking see it unless you're within licking distance of the ship. Like right here where it says Polaris, that's the minimum print size of any print on this ship. The name of the ship needs to be that size. The registry number needs to be that size. All that size. I want to know what these are. What are these?
Yeah, I bet you do.
What are those?
What are those?
Are those like couplers? Are those thrusters? Are those... what are those?
What
What's
are
this?
those?
What's this? There's something on the ship. What's this?
System tag G99XT.
Countermeasures.
I think I have that GPU as well.
It says systems tag. Is that the friend or foe system? Is that part of the radar?
I think those are countermeasures.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I
kinda
found
my thought.
countermeasures further back. They can't be countermeasures.
Why not?
Noise?
It says systems tag.
Well, that's a different thing.
That can't be countermeasures.
I'm not talking about the panel. I'm talking about the big thing. Oh, yeah, those 3 things right there.
I wouldn't think those are countermeasures either.
Why not?
LIQN01 star. What the fuck? Another mag lock. I assume it's a mag lock. Says M lock. All right. Well, we've talked enough ship about this ship. What are
I know.
you guys have given general thoughts? What are some of your more in-depth thoughts?
It's cool.
Jesus
Yes.
Christ.
I mean, well, for my defense, I don't like big ships. So like, it's hard for me to get excited. I'm genuinely just like, oh yeah, it's a big ship. Like that's how I felt when it came out the other day. I'm like, okay.
In my defense, I
Like,
do like big ships.
Same. I do
cannot
too.
lie.
I like that it has a hangar. I like that we're getting more ships that have hangars. I can say that. It's nice as a person who likes flying a small ship. It's nice to be able to know that like, oh, sometimes I'll be able to like park my ship in someone else's hangar and go somewhere like that and then deploy when I get there, as opposed to just only being able to do it with snub fighters. Like I am happy about that, and I think that's cool.
I found
Aside
another
from
thing
that,
kinda
I mean, like, I don't know. I would never have one.
So you know how metal gets all like whenever you heat and cool metal in a certain fashion, it gets that rainbow effect?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you have here on these thrusters. That's actually really cool. I like that.
Huh.
That's
Yeah,
that's one
cool.
attention to detail I like.
That is cool.
And it actually glistens in that rainbow effect too. Like I like that. Anyways. Krendor, what are your like detailed thoughts other than I like it?
Honestly, I don't really have much to say about it. I mean, it seems like it's a pretty capable ship. When just like depends on if you know how to use it or not, and I feel like it's gonna really benefit multi-crew gameplay. I feel like this is gonna be the ship that like gets people to do multi-crew.
What do you think about its armaments and its firing arcs and stuff? I know we didn't demonstrate the
I don't know,
firing arcs, but we've talked about it.
I feel
in the
like
past.
the bottom turret in the front, the big gun, I feel like that turret could come out physically lower from the ship and give it a little more verticality. I feel like it's kind of snubbed by the bridge a bit, but I think it's a good gun either way. I haven't really gotten to use it in combat yet, but it looks good. It seems like it performs well.
It is true to a size 6. The fire rate is actually pretty slow, so whoever you put there has got to have some pretty wicked aim.
Yeah.
But I mean, as Stompy can attest, he used it the other day. When it hits like a truck.
Yeah.
I hate that there's a specific person that has to fire the torpedoes. I think that's the most forced thing in the world.
Nah, I like that.
Yeah.
I think that's good.
I don't know. Like,
I'm okay.
It's not
with
just
that
one
fact.
person.
I'm kind of on the fence about it.
No, but
I
look
thought
at
there
it
was
this
only
way.
one
It's not-
torpedo.
It's
terminal.
not just one person, no, because like if you are in like an extended situation, like yeah, you can go in with just the 4 things loaded and not have any more torpedoes and then just leave and go rearm. Or you could buy a bunch of torpedoes and like stay using them with people reloading, and then like you have probably also have to have an engineer on station, since there's an engineering station opposite the torpedo launcher. So those probably work in tandem. And
Well,
it's probably
yeah.
like a whole big operation that's just not in game yet.
Yeah, that, but the guy firing the torpedo.
Yeah, what about it?
Like I agree. Like, I think it's cool that there's a whole, like, you can add torpedoes, but like, you literally have a captain's chair and the captain does nothing. And then we have a torpedo bay, and then there's one guy that sits on the terminal to fire torpedoes. While you're right, there is other people that would be loading torpedoes and doing stuff. But this guy at the terminal, like, you could totally give that terminal job to the captain or somebody else up on the bridge, like co-pilot seat or pilot seat, and the missiles are the other. I just think it's forced gameplay to have like a guy who's got to sit at a terminal to fire torpedoes that's not controlling the ship.
I don't see
Like,
how it's any different from it being in the captain's seat. Like, because you don't have pilot controls on the captain's seat. You just sit there.
No, I know, and that's why I think like they should give it more, like to have the captain seat not doing much, and then like a terminal for just firing torpedoes. I'm like, you could take one, like you just take that job and give it to somebody else, so you don't have one guy whose job is just standing at a terminal firing torpedoes.
I can tell you at least like from a the immersion perspective, they did that because that's how ships are like portrayed in sci-fi. You have the captain who just issues orders. You have the helmsman who just pilots, which is very true to at least the helmsman bit. Is very true to like actual naval like operations. You just control movement and you focus on that because it's a very important thing to know where you're going and like have somebody that's competent in that.
I respect that. I just like
you gotta look at it from like the inspiration that it comes from. Because like the other capital class ships are designed the same way. The Idris also has like the useless captain's chair. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and I think that is like just too forced. I respect the inspiration, and I can understand that those are where it comes from. But in the sense of like making a video game, I think some of those aspects are just like forced. It's like you don't.
You don't have to interact with it. It's just a chair.
No, but the torpedo bay you do. Like, you have to have a guy down there firing torpedoes.
Well, yeah.
So
I mean, I'm fine with.
Here's my thought on that, right? First off, they have identified this specific ship as a torpedo frigate. Now, by that definition, if you think about it, you have 24 size 10 torpedoes loaded onto spindles for automated firing. Now, if it's simply aiming and pressing a button, then that station should be on the bridge, and even still separated, like it being its own station, I'm okay with, because it is a whole weapon system. It is 4 torpedo tubes. It's no different than having 4 guns on a turret. This is just 4 massive torpedo tubes on a station. But that being said, it being down below decks, separated from the bridge, I'm kind of on the fence about, because if you run out of torpedoes, first off, you have 24, so that makes sense. You could have that station up on the bridge and run out of 24 torpedoes, and then this thing needs to go back and restock. But if you bring extra torpedoes with you and they're on the cargo grid, which is in the same room as the torpedoes, you can then use a tractor to reload your torpedoes, and if the torpedo operator is down there, he can fire off his torpedoes when he's dry. He knows when he's dry. He can go back to the cargo bay, pull new torpedoes, and load them on. and then he's ready with 24 more size 10 torpedoes. Meanwhile, all the ship had to do was just disengage from combat for a little bit. Didn't have to go anywhere. Didn't have to go back to like a moon or anything to restock torpedoes. So I mean, I have some things I'm on the fence about, but if you think about the entire operation and the entire function of the ship, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
No, it 100% makes sense for the sake of like the way Corindor explained it, like how Navy works and like how these things would work, like whether it's TV show or even in real life Navy. Like
Yeah.
that is, you're right, that is how that works. But I also like look at this as this is a video game too, and like there's plenty of other things in this video game that they choose to dumb down for sake of video gameness. So when
Right,
they
but,
do
like,
things like this, I'm just like, ugh.
There
it's
is
just so much extra.
there is the component of like this being like the intentional role playing game, like whether you actively like act as like a character or you just are yourself in the setting, like you being in the setting are playing a role in the universe, and like that's like a driving force behind all of their design language. Like they want it to be like a very narrative, not like driven experience, but like you create your own narrative kind of experience.
Yeah. I get that.
So like it helps you like get into character, I guess. Like
No,
it's
and
just
I
there for if you want to do that. And a lot of people that play
I
this
respect
game
that.
do want to do that. Like
Yeah,
that's
I
like
see
a
that.
big part of this for a lot of people. And I'm not gonna lie, like there are aspects of it that I'm interested in. You know, like I play Dungeons and Dragons. It's just like putting it to like a more interactive environment, but
Yeah.
like kind of the same thing. Not to say like, you know, there are definitely people that I think go a little far with it, doing like month-long expeditions in ships, and they like are RPing the entire fucking time. Like that's a little much for me, but like I mean, there are certain things I wouldn't do in real life if I were in this setting that I would do in the game, just because I know it's like, you know, how it is. So like,
See, and
I
get
would do
that.
the captain's thing that they had clearly intended for you to have, if that were like an option, just because it would be fun. Like it's part of the fun of the video game.
Yeah, I no, and I can respect that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
That makes
even
sense.
PlayStation made an entire game around that entire thing. They made Star Trek Bridge Crew. It was literally an entire game built around working as a team. Each person had their own station to manage, and the person in the middle, being the captain, all he did was issue orders. He got the data from the battlefield, and he had to use that data to tell each station what to do. And each station had to function on his orders. Like they could act independently, but then they would lose. Like they had to work as a team.
Yeah. No, and I get that. It's more of the same mindset I have about like things when they do like the Scorpius Antares.
See,
Like-
yeah, that I don't understand that ship
But-
still.
But and you bring up much better arguments for this side of things, which I can a lot more agree with and kind of take a step back from my previous opinions. But that's where it comes from, is that same idea with the Antares. When they do things like that, that's why I developed that like, some of these things feel like extra.
I honestly can't agree
but you're
with the
right.
Antares.
The Antares. I feel
The
like maybe
Antares
that
is
is one of
definitely
those-
very extra. That design is baffling.
Yeah. Okay, fair. But I can respect where you come from with like this being like the big thing and the role play and put like individual people like doing their own kind of thing in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the whole purpose of a capital ship. Like, obviously, when a ship gets too large for one person, you have to have more people to fill those stations, even if those stations feel to you like they're mundane.
Well, see, and that's
Personally,
probably
I
a part
love
of it,
being the
too.
torpedo guy. I love just like being the guy that's waiting for an order to launch giant ass fucking torpedoes at a ship, you know?
Yeah,
And like I'll
and
just sit there and I'll be ready, and like I'll have it all prepped and ready to go.
One
No,
thing
and that
that I
makes
think
sense.
we should do at some point is we should definitely get in, like we've already done some firing arc testing thanks to Acid, so I have a good idea as to the coverage that each turret is capable of offering for this vessel. I'm not going to share that on the stream. I think that's for everyone else to figure out on their own.
Yeah.
because that's something that they can work into their own plans and stuff like that. My plans are my plans. Your plans are your plans. I'm not gonna try and influence that. However,
My plans are my plans.
uh, one thing that we should definitely try and figure out is what the turning arc on those torpedoes are and what the range is on their target acquisition, right? So after a certain amount of time, I don't know if you've noticed, but size 9 torpedoes, if you can dodge the first torpedo, it goes sailing by and then it loses lock on you, and that's it. Right?
Yeah.
So
Pretty standard.
Well, these should be worse than size 9s.
Well, the turning arc should be worse, but I think because it's a
Yeah,
much
that's what I
larger
mean.
torpedo, I think it should have a much better sensor suite on it, which means it should maintain lock on you much further out. And I'd like to know what that is.
Okay.
I don't know if it's obviously it's contingent on the thing that you're firing at, but if the changes to all the larger vessels remain, that thing, like if you're firing on another Polaris, if you are being pursued by another Polaris, the torpedo operator should be able to take his camera, whip it 180 degrees to the rear of the ship, lock onto the pursuing Polaris, and fire a torpedo, and have it curve all the way around and hit it. Because its signature is just so large, the torpedo will never lose lock.
Yeah.
It'll have enough time to actually make that full turning arc and come around and strike it from the side.
Well, that, speaking of signatures, though, signatures being different now, the size 9s could act different too.
Yeah,
That is
I agree.
true. I mean, size 9s will definitely act different. A hammerhead, it's never going to lose a torpedo lock. You're gonna hit that hammerhead with the torpedo no matter what, unless the gunners shoot it down.
Well, that's the same with the 890, the Carrack, the Hercules. I mean, I've been picking those up from 100 kilometers.
Yeah, and targeting ranges on ships is absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's the word I wanted to use. And I mean, I like this change a little bit. I think it's good. I don't like the way that they've kind of dispersed the components the way they have. I think the components are. I think they need to take another look at them. I feel like the industrial and the military variants are not quite balanced the correct way. I think industrial should have a much larger signature than the military. I think the military should be the second largest signature. Then I think it should be civilian, followed by competition, followed by civilian, followed by stealth.
I think you should switch civilian and competition, in my opinion. I think civilian should be middle.
Here's my hot take. Military should be low sig.
I wouldn't say lowest, but if you put it right above stealth, I'm not mad about that.
My reasoning for that: why would the military use components that make them very obvious targets?
Absolutely agree.
Well, hold on.
That's
right.
valid.
First off, a military vessel like a capital ship isn't meant to hide.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like in general, like for like a Hornet, right? Like why would you use components that just objectively make you a bigger target?
Yeah.
Because you get better stats for it, right? So I mean, your hull health isn't
you're
going to
the
change.
military. You have unlimited funding. You can research. You have 900 years to develop technology. You could research, like
Well, then by that same logic, then I think that we should change it up a little bit instead of making a stealth and a military variant. I was inactive for too long. Instead of making a stealth and a military variant, so I'll just change my screen real quick because I think we're probably going to be wrapping this up here shortly. Let's go back to this screen here. Turn that on. There we go. You should have a. I think you need subcategories in the military category. I really do. I think you need a military component that is designed to be big and beefy, and if that means giving off more EM emission or thermals, I'm okay with that because you are compromising the EM and thermal for the extra performance, whereas you should also have a slightly better than stealth in terms of performance, but yet still smaller signature. So you should have like a military stealth subcategory where you have reduced emissions, but still have slightly more elevated stats than basic stealth.
See,
But I think
and here's my other problem though too, because the components are whack. Because you can look at it a bunch of ways. If stealth is supposed to be the whole, and stealth, the word stealth is like everybody knows you're hiding, you're trying to be quiet. So competition, you're not competing for stealth. You're competing for whatever you have. So in my head, competition should give you the highest signature.
Yes, that
'Cause you're
should be the
competing for the
highest
most
best
power.
performance.
Yeah, you're most power, best performance, best shield regen, highest shield HP, but you have the highest signature across the board, 100%, because you're getting the most of everything else.
And because component is designed the way it is, they're not designing it. They're designing it to be lightweight, which means you're not going to have a whole lot of component HP. It's going to be some of the lowest component HP out there.
And I
agree with that.
being the way competition it makes sense then, because I didn't know that that's what competition meant, but I get that.
Yeah, it's like for racing.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, competition is meant for well, yeah, I don't need to reiterate.
But yeah, the power and the systems like that, I'm like wishy-washy on. However, the signatures, like being able to spot Hercules and shit like that from 100 kilometers away, I like that. It needs to be that way. And big ships should not be able to just hide as soon as they're 10 kilometers away from me. Like that was ridiculous. Like I should be able to see those guys from far, and they should have to like protect themselves and go around knowing like somebody's gonna see me from like 150 kilometers. If there's a base over there or like a fucking POI, I need to be careful because like if they come to this POI, they're gonna pick my signature up.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I used to think a ship like the Javelin should be what you see at 100 kilometers out, but like, you know, as time goes on, they add bigger ships, and now with the Polaris being in, I could definitely see like I want like a C2 being what I see at 100 kilometers out, and then I want to be able to see like the Polaris like 200, and then like the Javelin I want to be able to see at least like 10 kilometers, 10 like 1,000 kilometers out. You know, like I want to see it from ridiculously far away.
Signature out there.
Yeah, like it's out there and it's known, like you can't avoid hiding in something like that. But like for the small fighters, I don't see why they should suffer from big signatures just because they use military parts.
If you look at a Javelin from the front, I feel like the front signature of a Javelin should actually be quite stealthy. I feel like if you come at it from the side or the rear, I feel like that
for like
should
emissions.
Yeah,
I know, but
you're right.
But you have three different axes of emissions. You have the frontal axis, which if you're looking straight at something, it's generally much smaller. Then you have your side and your top/bottom axis, which if you are looked at from those other angles, you have a different variable determining how far out you can be seen. And Aston and I have already proven that that's the case. If you're looking straight at someone, your cross-section signature is much smaller. Whereas
but when we get into big ships like that, don't you think like EM just trumps all? Like no matter how good a Javelin's cross-section is, like its EM is always going to be bigger.
Yes, that's basically what I'm saying.
If the plating on the front of the ship can actually redirect that EM signature generation, yeah, I think you can have a much smaller frontal cross section. Or not just cross section, but EM. And
but
thermals,
like
that's
thermals
from the rear should be the highest.
Works though.
I was gonna say, but yeah, that's not
EM is just a bumble. Like it doesn't matter what your cross section is. EM
Hold on, you have to understand that it originates from a source, right? So you have a source that's
that's what I'm saying.
bubble. And you can influence the electromagnetic source. Like you know what a Faraday cage is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not hard to inhibit one side of that bubble. You just have to build it into the ship.
Yeah, but I don't think they're gonna do that in Star Citizen. I think that's getting like super critical of what you could do. You're right, you could do that, but I don't think we're gonna see that with.
I mean, even then, I don't think it would work like that because Faraday cages work because they're an enclosed environment. What you're describing is not enclosed. So, like, the like electromagnetic waves would just go around the block. Like, yeah, it would block where it is, but that
I mean,
doesn't stop them from propagating around. Like, they're waves.
I mean, technically
They
speaking,
move
you
in all
could put a Faraday
directions.
cage around the component, and the component would actually, like the emissions that it gives off would actually be grounded out to the rest of the ship.
That's the
So what? It
component.
just
You
has
got
no
engines.
emissions.
See, I don't know how that science works.
The
It doesn't.
the
I don't think
the
it
EM
does.
the EM emissions would actually come from the sensor array. If you were to Faraday cage all of your actual large power consuming or power generating components, honestly, power consuming components should actually be thermals, not electromagnetic, unless they're generators, in which case they are electromagnetic and they're putting off an
Literally,
EM signature.
that is what we're describing. Is the reactor that drives the ship, like,
Right, but
generates insane amounts of energy.
that can also be enclosed. But your sensor array, you're actually taking energy and you're broadcasting that energy out in order to try and locate things or communicate with things. When your ship is in communication, you are broadcasting electricity, essentially.
Well, to that effect, with scanning though, scanning when you're in scanning mode with ships that have scanning, you'll probably have a bigger signature when you're in that, right?
If they
I
think of
believe you
that.
already do.
Do we? I've never thought about that, but I bet you're probably right, huh? Especially with the way the new signatures and stuff work.
I mean, that's something we'll have to test, but
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
do
if
need
you
to see
looking at
that.
these new ships, components aside, I would have to say that the ships are. Oh, we looked at 3 of them today, and then we still have the F7s coming out, the F7 Ghost and the F7 Tracker. Tracker, obviously, by its name, means that we're going to be able to use its sensor array to locate things much easier, and the Ghost is good at hiding, which means it's going to have a reduced signature. Uh, I don't even know what to call it, variable. I believe the others have a negative 40% for the Mark 1s, whereas the Mark 2s are not a negative, it's actually a positive.
I have no idea. The only thing I know about those ships is that Ghost stealthy and Tracker has a really cool functionality, at least it's intended to, where it can laser paint targets for fleets. So, like, if a Javelin is out in orbit, you could have a Hornet go in and paint a target, and then it could just send its size 12 down to the laser spot.
That's cool.
That would actually be really cool. I don't think we're going to be getting any laser guided torpedoes anytime soon.
No, just, you know how targeting works here in the game now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
So basically the tracker would target it and it would
No,
give,
you know how you pin targets for, like, turret gunners and stuff?
yeah.
Like, essentially just that, but from the tracker. Like, it's a separate ship.
That's kind of cool. Though.
Okay.
Yeah, that's basically what I imagine the functionality would be.
See, here's the weird thing about the tracker though. Like you would think that a tracker would also have to be stealth, but it's not gonna be. I can
I
guarantee
mean,
you it's
yeah,
not
I
gonna
would
be.
not necessarily. I mean, like, I'm sure it being stealthy would be a benefit, but
But
like,
he's also not going to be flying by himself. Like the tracker's probably being escorted by Hornets that are more gun.
think about like surveillance drones that we use in real life, like today. Like, they're not necessarily stealthy. Like, it's, they're small, but they don't like. It's not like a secret when they're out there. You know what I mean? Like, you can try to hide them by being like small and high up, but like, for the most part, you can tell when a drone is flying by because they're not like blocking anything. Like, they're just out there,
You know what I'd actually really like to
picked
see?
up by radar.
I would really like to see a capital ship designed to be a command station. It has a massively
Angle.
bolstered sensor array. No, I mean like it may have weapon systems, but it doesn't have like really beefy weapon systems. It's literally designed to sit on the back line. It's designed to see well out in front of it. It's got good armament, not armaments, but good armor, good protection, good shields. Like it's just meant to be a tank, and it's meant to um, control the battlefield. So it has sensor links to all of the fighters, as sensor links to all the rest of the ships in the fleet. It's able to uh, have basically an entire holodeck, no pun intended, um, to see exactly where everyone is. Like being able to walk into a room, have a ship, a name, a tag, like whole 9 yards, know exactly what that pin mark is and where it's at and where all the other ships are at. Have basically a galactic north marking, so that way you can more accurately deploy your fleets or give orders to your fleets. I think that would be a really cool ship to have.
I could see that like a long time from now when everything's flushed out. Oh, I have a phone call. Sorry.
Hey, put your Moby on silent. Kidding. Yeah. So I guess that kind of wraps up our shit talking, ship talking, ship talking.
Our shit show.
It was quite the shit show this early on when we started. Um, so yeah, the new starter looks nice. Odd a bit, but nice. It's huge.
I love the interior. I'm not a fan of the exterior.
I
Yeah.
like the interior and the exterior. I just hate the fact that it has a single gun.
It should at least have another gun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you I'm not gonna own one.
Yeah, me neither. I like my Seulin.
I
Yeah,
will stand by my Pisces.
I'll stand by my Avenger Titan. Even
My-
if it's like super old.
My Pisces has always been my go-to for anything and everything small ship related, because it has gotten me from one side of the galaxy to the other by default with having to change the quantum drive. It has an interior. The only thing it doesn't have is a bed, and honestly, I'm okay with that because usually it's just my puddle jumper. It takes me from point A to point B, and that's all I need.
Yep.
Yep.
I like my Seulin. I feel like I'm flying a gemstone, and I like that.
I do like the sound of the Sayulin. The Sayulin
That too.
is really
It's
nice
fucking
sounding.
beautiful.
It
Yeah,
sings you a
that
song,
is
and
nice.
sometimes see I can't fly a Sayulin anymore because it just puts me to sleep mid travel. So
Yeah.
so I can't do that anymore. That's why I'm captain of this Kraken, because it's loud, it's noisy, it keeps me awake. I'm always alert,
Yeah.
except for obviously this morning in the stream. It was it was kind of a rough start, but we got going finally. The PTU is definitely in a rough state right now, so hopefully they keep it in for at least another week because it needs it.
I'm back.
They got 9 days.
Yeah. And they're gonna need every one of them.
I guess 8 days now.
Yeah.
So
every single one of those days.
It's
Then we
pretty
looked-
rough.
Then we looked at the Starlancer Max. The Starlancer Max, I'm gonna be brutally honest here. As a MISC ship, I think it's probably one of their best MISC ships yet. But it's still MISC.
I'm trying to think of all the MISC ships. You have the Freelancers, you have the Starfarers, you have the
Can't forget about
Starlancer,
the Reliance.
the
And
Reliance,
Prospector.
The Reliance.
Prospector.
Prospector.
You know, I'm gonna give it to the Reliance series. Nobody flies them. You don't ever see them, but I think that's the coolest MISC ship.
I used to fly them. I love them, but they're like not great to fly. Like they're
I
just,
believe
They're
that.
paper thin.
Yeah.
yeah,
could
they're
believe
they're
that.
really weird to fly.
But they're so
like,
cool to me.
I really want them to get the broadcasting thing that the Mako is supposed to have, so that we like one of the things that drew me into this game. I'm not gonna lie, is like I just want to be like a reporter in a Mako at like a giant org battle. You know what I mean? Just like
I love that.
broadcasting to the system. That'd just be a
love
fun
that.
experience.
Yeah.
So, all right. So the Starlancer, like I said, I think it's a good MISC ship. It's still a MISC ship, which, I mean, let's face it, it doesn't have a good reputation, but it's probably one of their better ones.
I would
Um,
definitely agree. Top 2 misc ships.
I think the TAC is going to be a lot better received than the Max.
Yeah, I can see
Probably.
that.
Wait,
I
what
however,
about
I
the
mean, if
whole
you look at the
sea?
cargo, like the amount of cargo that the
We don't talk about the whole.
What
mask.
about the
Wait.
hull?
Well, that's
Don't
what
forget
I
about
was
the
just
whole
mentioning.
A.
Like, where do we rank that in the misc lineup?
I don't
I
know.
don't-
We didn't reference that.
I'm
They
gonna tell you right
really
now.
cool mechanical engineering feat that they did designing that in practical senses, like the grid unfolding thing. That was
Uh-huh.
cool. Like you could make a practical version of that and it would work. But like I don't know, it's just kind of a big cargo ship. There's not really
Fair,
much else to
fair.
say.
Well, it's not. It's a
Fair.
big
Well,
cargo
Fair.
ship
I
that's
can respect it.
not even useful in
Yeah, not even
for
really a
most
useful one.
applications.
I mean,
It's only
okay, so
useful for
I'm
inter-system
literally gonna
hauling,
throw
which
this
is
out
the
there. The Hull series is it's just a whole mess.
Yeah, I see what you did there.
Ha 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 ha.
It there's, I mean, come on. The Hull C is gonna shaft you. The Hull D is definitely gonna shaft you, and the Hull E is just extremely gonna shaft you. So I
The
mean,
Hull
Well,
E is supposed to
I
have like
told.
fighter drones that it deploys from like fighter base.
I
Well,
mean, if it does, that'd be
that
cool.
is
But I
cool.
mean, even still, that's just a
I
whole lot of cargo hanging out. Like,
Yeah,
well,
it's like
I
90,000 SEU.
well, I've told you what the C, D, and E stand for, right?
What do they
C
stand for?
stands for cock, D stands for dick, and E stands for erection.
I mean, not
Okay.
wrong. I mean, you kind of missed my puns there, but they all
Oh
are
no,
going
I
to
got
shaft you.
them. No, oh no, I absolutely got them. I was just adding on to it.
Okay,
Well,
well,
what's
I
the
mean,
A stand for in the whole A then, Noct?
ass.
Ass. Okay. Yeah, but that
Yeah,
doesn't have to
'cause
do with
What
penises.
was the B?
But
Ass, butt, cock, dick, erection.
Wow, that got really wow.
yeah, that got really wow indeed.
it's because the first two are just complete shit. Anyways,
Yeah,
I mean, let's face it, the B
The Hull
series
A is
doesn't
cute.
even the whole B doesn't even exist. I had a whole B for the
Yeah,
longest
where is
time.
the Hull B?
yeah, that's a very
It's
good.
nowhere.
We have the
Make
whole
the
A
whole
and the
B
whole
great
C.
again.
Anyways,
Make the whole B exist.
we're we're getting a little off the closing
We need to
focus
wrap
here.
up.
Yeah. So
Do we though?
again, the Star
Yes.
Lancer, I I agree, probably second best or top two misc ship out there. The hull, well, not the hull. The Star Lancer Max has a decent cargo load. The cargo is completely isolated from the upper deck, which is the command deck and the habs and engineering. So you can be fairly safe because you have only one breach point and three ingress egress points of other ingress
That
whatever that word is.
that's one thing. That was one complaint I had about it. Was there's all of the egress points are on the bottom.
Yes, but so from top deck to bottom deck, and I'm only talking those two decks, you have three elevators and one ladder access. So if someone does invade your ship, defending it is going to be easy because you can just aim a gun at that ladder access and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah.
Elevators, however, you have three elevators to go up and down. They can't control those elevators because they can't control the panel unless the ship is unlocked. So all they can do is they can take your cargo and go. So if you want to stay safe after they've soft death, you just stay on the upper decks and guard that ladder access. Otherwise, of course, staying safe is relative because once they take the cargo, they're just going to blow you up anyways, assuming you didn't get full killed to begin with. But I digress.
Well,
So
I mean that's for now, because eventually they're wanting
I
to
just
remove full death.
I just feel that they made the hab area way too big. I feel that they could have
Agreed.
used that space more effectively
Use it for
and
more cargo.
something like that. I'm more looking
Well,
forward to the build because it's probably going to be one of the things that they focus on for base building. I don't agree that they went that route. I think they should have left it to the Galaxy, but they didn't want to do the module, and they tried to write it off, and the community said, "Fuck you, we're not going to let you do that." And they backpedaled super fucking quick, and they said, "Yeah, oh, I'm just kidding. We're actually going to do it, but we're not going to do it right away." So hopefully the community stays on them and reminds them that that needs to be done, because otherwise they're going to try and put it on the back burner indefinitely.
And one point I'll add to what you were saying earlier: people won't be blowing you up after they take your cargo, because if they have any wits about them, everybody will be stealing ships. You won't blow up anybody else's ship anymore. You'll steal it and keep it for your own, because
Yeah, but
you'll be able to do that.
but that means you actually have to get up there to get them off, and if they're guarding that ladder access, it's going to be one of the few ships that I see a lot more wreckages up, I bet.
Grenades.
They're going to
Grenades!
take the cargo, which is valuable. They're going to completely blow up the ship, and then they're just going to crunch it. They're going to take it for resources, and that's it. They're not going to try and take the whole ship. If you're going to steal a ship, you want an easy access ship. So things like the Hammerhead. The Hammerhead, you can drop down onto the bridge, take the pilot out, and then take the ship. Or other combat vessels. Those are going to be the ones that are kept intact. You're going to soft death a combat vessel. You're going to board it. You're going to kill all the people aboard. You're going to take that ship. Take it under tow, whatever needs happen. But I don't see a whole lot of cargo ships getting taken for the purpose of keeping the ship, unless it's to take it all the way back to your crunching facility where it's going to get torn down for parts.
See, what I would do is I would take it, I'd get a salvage title, and start selling it to people for half price.
I mean, yeah, I guess you could make a used car lot, so to speak.
I could literally be a used ship salesman. Like, I could do it. Corindor's right. I'm gonna get hooked into this roleplay game. Holy shit!
No, dude, I'm telling you, it's not even if you get hooked into it. Like, you are role playing by playing
No,
this
yeah,
game.
no, you're right. You're right.
Like, it just comes with the territory. It's just to the degree that you lean into it, you know?
Yeah, and also I guess the interest, because that's probably why I'm more resistant to like the things like the torpedo, because like I do find like sitting around the mundane part, but like you don't, and that's plenty of
It's
people.
not.
There are gonna people who
I don't see it
and
as
it's
sitting
not.
around though. It's
You're
like I'm
right.
doing
You
a
don't.
specific job, and like that job
Yeah.
involves sitting and waiting. So like
Yeah.
the sitting and waiting is not me like wasting my time. It's like, okay, I'm in this role. I'm operating this torpedo. There are only certain instances where I can use it, and like coordinating that with the rest of the crew is rewarding in itself. And like
Yeah.
I am now a torpedo operator. That means I sit and wait.
On top
Yeah.
of that,
Yeah.
it gives another thing for the pilot to have to consider, right? So
Yes.
for all other combat vessels, all the pilot has had to do is consider his gunners, right? Figure out where most of his firepower is, know where his best gunners are at, and bring them to bear. And that's been his whole job. But now with this torpedo frigate, you also have to consider. First off, you have to know where your weak points are, but you also have to consider bringing those torpedoes to bear. Fortunately, the ability for that camera is he can lock on to a target at any point, but as soon as as soon as the tubes are within a certain firing arc, that's when he's going to release it. And he doesn't necessarily need to wait for the command. As soon as the command weapons free is issued, he can fire at any time, but he's going to wait for that optimal firing arc because he knows the torpedo operator knows, or should know, I should say, the conditions that he's going to have the most effectiveness in.
All right, I got a dip.
All right, man.
Alrighty.
All right, you guys have a good night. It's
You
been
as well.
fun.
Yep, Nox, let's get back to shining those toilets and
I'm already back in the barracks, being my gremlin little self.
You go gremel those barracks.
All right, y'all have a good night.
Later.
Have a good one.
Later, man.
So, I guess moving on, we've closed on that, and we're talking about the Polaris now. Torpedo operator, again, kind of on the fence about where it's positioned. I think it probably should be a bridge location, but at the same time, it does make sense being down there a little bit if his secondary job is reloading those tubes. And I know a lot of people were concerned because they saw the video I don't even know exactly what that video was, but they saw the video of manually loading those torpedoes. Um, Obviously, they went with kind of they went with both. Obviously, you have to reload the torpedoes or have the option to reload those torpedoes. I wish there were doors there that actually enclosed those things, which would have made it much cooler. And then when you go to reload, those doors open, and you can then start setting torpedoes in, and you should have like a cycle button on the back side of it, where you press that button and it rotates the cylinder, right? So when you load a torpedo in, you have the two top torpedoes, and then you rotate the cylinder to the next two, set those two torpedoes in, rotate the cylinder to the next two, set those two torpedoes in. I think that should be how it's done, but that's not how it was. And I don't know. Maybe they'll add it. I highly doubt it, but it'd be nice. I don't know how they're going to automatically cycle those torpedoes as you're loading them.
But it is confirmed that we will be able to load torpedoes, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the tops of the
I haven't
torpedo.
seen any videos of people doing it, so that's why I
It's-
was like curious.
So everyone has tried, right? So there's actually a tractor built into the cargo bay, and there's a tractor station, but that tractor station is broken. It doesn't work right now.
Okay.
But the torpedoes will lock to the grid, and we haven't even gone in to see if they sell torpedoes anywhere in the game yet. I don't think they do. And that could be another problem, right? Because there's supposed to be three different styles of torpedoes at the very least. You have your infrared, which is what it comes with. You have your cross-section torpedoes, and then you're going to have your EM torpedoes, just as you do with, your size 9s.
Yeah.
But the loading mechanism, I don't know if the torpedoes are going to be so heavy that you can't use like a max lift, which you should. You should be able to use the rifle tractor to move torpedoes. I don't know why you'd need the shipboard one to move torpedoes, but it's a good option in case you didn't bring a tractor.
I imagine they're heavy.
I imagine they are too. That's probably a pretty decent warhead inside that thing, but I don't think that. I mean, you can't lift a 32 SU container with a. Can you? No, that's the hand tractor.
Not a 32, but you can lift an 8 SCU with a hand tractor beam.
You can lift a 16 as well. So you can't lift a 32, but the max lift can lift a 32, and if you can lift a 32, then you should be able to lift a size 10.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Just give him a Titan. Give him a Titan exosuit. Call it a day.
honestly,
Boom.
that would probably be the better option because it would just snap those torpedoes in, no problem.
Exactly.
Just put the Titan up on lift the Titan up with that small little lift elevator. That now we know what that elevator's for. It makes sense. So, and it's the Atlas, by the way, not the Titan.
Oh yeah, whatever.
Same thing.
So yeah, lots of things to consider, lots of different options. The torpedoes will be reloadable, and you can keep them in your cargo bay.
No, I stand by what I said. Give him the Titan exosuit. Give him the minigun and like the fucking grenade launcher or whatever it has. Let him blow up the torpedoes and then the Polaris dies. Easy.
Perfect. Yeah, I like that.
Done.
Yep.
Simple.
Oh, so here's the funny thing. When I sat at that during the durability test, I sat there for 5 minutes. It blew up the NERSA. It blew up the CSV or whatever that new Argo cargo vehicle is. Down in the cargo bay, it blew those up because I got hit by missiles too. But the ship in the hangar didn't touch it. The Mark II is perfectly fine.
Yeah, nice, very nice. Protected hangar.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say it's protected, but I think your ship shields were significant enough that it took the missile damage in stride.
Very nice. Okay.
So, but everything in the cargo bay, vehicle-wise, was destroyed by missiles. So the explosions of missiles still travel through the hull and will still destroy things in it. However, the destruction of the vehicles in the cargo bay did not destroy the ship. So I think that's the most important thing to keep in mind, is now you've got a ship where you can have vehicles in it safely, and even if they do blow up, yeah, you're going to take a little internal damage, but it's not going to destroy your ship with it, and you still are going to be able to limp away just fine. But I think the coolest part is the fact that each shield face has its own regeneration timer, or its own regeneration cooldown time.
That is
So
very nice.
I think that's going to be something that Acid, you and Stompy as a fighter pilots are going to have to consider when going after a capital ship. You have to stay on the same shield face, or it will regenerate.
Well, see, and for me, that's like just how I fight any big ship. So to me, that's nothing new.
Yeah.
But I mean, okay,
Yeah.
but that actually, now that you say that, that's not anything new. That's how Connie shields work.
Are you sure? Because
Yeah,
usually,
100%.
as long as you're keeping damage on the ship itself, none of the shield
No,
faces should regenerate.
no, that's not how it works. And I bet you could, I bet Stompy could attest to, if you, like, let's say for a Herc or a Reclaimer, for example, if you only focus the back shields and you just go start shooting the front shield, the back shield will regenerate.
See,
Yep.
that's
Yeah,
not how it used to
100%. That's
be.
in the, yeah, I mean, well, that's how it's been since 318. That's how I've always known it.
And that's why I hate Connie so much.
That's how it's always been for me. I didn't really think about it when you were talking about it earlier, but now that we like kind of dive into that,
Is that
that's
maybe
exactly
an
what it is.
RSI thing?
No, because it works the same way for an 890, a Reclaimer, a Hercules. It doesn't matter as long as they're not bubble shields.
I've never seen. Oh, I shouldn't say I never. Maybe I just never paid attention. But I'll have to go into live and see that happen.
Because when we would fight Spec Sniper, that same shit in his hammerhead, he would roll sides and he would go to a different side.
We'll see. What I'm used to seeing as a pilot of those larger ships is I would shunt shield from one face to another. Like let's say I'm taking damage on the left hand side, I'd shunt power over to that shield, but then as I'm
Shunt.
losing power over there, like as I'm losing HP over there, the other shield faces are actually going down because the total amount of generated power is going over to that shield face that's being beaten on, but the other ones never regenerate.
That's because you're swapping all their power somewhere else. If you don't swap the power, then they'll regenerate on their own.
Well, no, I mean, even whenever you balance out to try and get that power back, it's still it's it's almost like the HP pool is it's operating off of a pool system, right? Whereas with the current ship, the not the current ship, the Polaris, each shield face has its own separate pool, rather than a single pool that all four faces pull from, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's that's like how ships have been. Like that's why like in a light fighter, if you do damage, it doesn't matter where you shoot it, the whole shield goes down. But like if you shoot at a Connie, if you shoot in the front and you look at the MFD, only the front shield goes down because
Oh,
they each have their own pull.
I get that, but it's not exactly like that, right? So for example, let's say that you've got 100,000 shields, right? Let's say your shield generator is able to put out 100,000 shields, which means across 4 shield faces that divides it into 25,000 apiece. So now you have a shield face of 25,000, 25,000, 25,000, 25,000, and you still have that 100% in the middle, right? So in the middle, you're generating 100. And as a shield face goes down, its maximum capacity is 25, so it can only pull 25 from the pool. Now, if you shunt power over, now you've taken the one pool of a shield face, one shield emitter, and you've actually reduced its pool and pushed it over to the other shield face. Now you've increased its pool, so now you've got one that's 40-60, right? So your right shield face, or not even your right, because one thing I've noticed is when you shunt power, the other 3 shield faces go down by the same amount. So you lose, let's say, 10,000 or 20,000 apiece. Let's say 10,000. So you lose 10,000 there, 15,000 apiece now. But your other one is now 30,000 stronger.
Yeah.
Right? So as let's say you're taking damage on that shield face that's now 30,000 stronger. I can't math at the moment. That's 55,000, right? Anyways, it's taking damage. If it goes below a certain amount, let's say it gets to that 15,000, let's say it gets to 10,000. now it's actually pulling from the shield pool to try and regenerate that shield face, and the other shield values have gone down. They can't regenerate because
Yeah.
the other shield face is pulling more from the pool than the other ones have to give.
Well, and I'll tell you this, as somebody who shoots down a lot of big ships, the people who go down the fastest are the people who are swapping their power to different sides of their shields.
And that's not
As
how it's supposed to be.
counter, yeah, I was gonna say, as counterintuitive as that sounds, the people who mess with their power and keep pushing it around fuck themselves over in the end because they keep trying to swap it over, and then you just focus the one side of the ship that they keep pulling from. Like if you leave it and let it do what it's doing, then it's going to start regenerating on its own. However, the problem is the person's just going to keep going for that same thing. So I understand the idea of like switching the power, but I've seen so many people like just like they fuck up everything because they keep swapping their power. Like their
See,
flying is bad, their this is bad, you know what I mean?
I've always used it. So you may have been a situation where you just come across shitty people, but
That's
I've
it.
always ever used like shunting the shield power for two things. I either put it to the front or I put it to the back. And if I put it to the front, it's because I'm assaulting. If I put it to the back, it's because I am running. It's really just that simple, right? I don't try and shunt it to the left or to the right because well, let me rephrase. If I'm assaulting something and most of my batteries are to my left, then I will shunt it to the left to give them more protection while we are doing what we're doing, which is usually in the situation of like some kind of ground facility. That's the only time I've really ever shunted shields, except for in a dogfight. I have shunted shields in a dogfight because I need more shield power in the front where I'm actually facing them, you know. Uh, Mind you, you can't shunt shields with bubble shields. Light fighters, so anything that is small class, so light, medium, heavy fighters are small class, so they all have one shield emitter, which means it just covers the entire ship off of one emitter. uh, Anything that is two shield faces is two emitters, so you have front and rear shields, and then you have large class, which apparently is also covering capital class. Capital class should have six emitters, but it doesn't. It only has four, along with the large size. You only have four. But that's front, back, left, right. Um, and that's something. So honestly, when they actually add the six emitters, the six shield faces, those capital shield generators are actually going to be much more in line with the rest of the shield emitters or the shield generators, because the shield facing HP is actually going to be far more in line with the rest of the ships out there. Because if you have uh, a shield emitter that is creating I don't know, a million HP and spreading that out across six shield faces, that makes much more sense to eat through than uh, a 250,000, 250,000 per shield face.
Sorry, I had to go let my wife in the door. She had her hands full.
I was just recapping on shield faces and how capitals should actually have six emitters rather than the four that they currently have, because it makes a lot more sense for those capital shield generators. Right now they're pumping out insane amounts of shield HP, and in most cases you never get the shields down because you just can't pump out enough damage. Whereas if you were to put two more shield faces to give it two more surfaces to divide that shield HP amongst, it would bring them in line with the current large size ships, which are spreading their shields across four faces.
I
So
see. Yeah, I see what you're saying though. It would make sense too, like when you're stepping up into that big of a size of a ship.
yeah, plus I mean it gives your tactical or whoever's operating, I guess at your engineering station on the bridge, it would give your engineer something more to work with rather than just handling where fuses are going out. You know,
Yeah.
he has top, bottom, left, right, front, back shield faces to be moving power around to, and setting certain things. So, but anyways, what were we talking about before we got on shields?
I don't remember, but I do have to call up my wife, and I'm gonna do pizza, beer, and stuff. She just got home, so I'm about to hop off for the evening.
All right. Yep. Well, we've touched on the 3 ships that we were able to see. Hopefully, we'll have more next week or whenever we get a chance to actually get hands on them. So until then, I think next week might be we might finally have some more information on maybe the IAE event coming up. Might have some information, or we might just do a random, another random shit talking event again, and just kind of talk about some of the state of the game and some of the mechanics. Who knows? We don't really have anything scheduled or planned out at the moment. We'll kind of feel it out throughout this next week until we get to next Wednesday. If you sat and watched through the entire thing, thank you very, very much for sticking around. We are happy to have you. If you're watching this later, just know that if you want to see this live, we do this every Wednesday at 9 p.m. So feel free to swing by and give us a watch. This week, apologize, we had a lot of technical difficulties at the very beginning getting started. So if you managed to make it through that, thank you. Your patience is very much appreciated. We'll be improving the quality next week, I promise you. Until then, since we don't have, I guess Acid, you're usually the one that does this. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, ring the bell, whatever that other social
like, comment,
crap
subscribe, ring the bell for notifications.
Yeah, definitely leave comments, man. We love comments. Even the bad ones, even if you're telling us we look like shit, because I mean, I already know, but I really love the reinforcement.
Yes.
Absolutely. If you are new to Star Citizen, you're coming across this video, I do have a referral link down there. It doesn't give much, but it gives me some, nice tingly feelings when you use it. It gives you about 5,000 AUEC starting. So, I mean, again, it's not a whole lot, but if you do it at the right time, it can give you actually some pretty good benefits. Sometimes if you use it at the right time, it gives you like a hovercraft or a little go-kart or something. I don't know. But yeah, with that, we'll go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you guys once again. Every Wednesday, 9 p.m. Don't forget to come back next week and catch us live. Have a good one, guys. Thank you. You know what? Before I do that,
Well,
I have one more thing. I just gotta
What is your
edit this.
thing?
I just have to edit it.
Do it right now.
I was not ready for this.
Do it.
He was put on the spot. Oh, no.
Get it done.
No.
Come on.
All right, guys. There it is. Have a good one. Thank you. See you next week.
Bye-bye.
We were cruising through the stars, my buddy and I, in the black void of space where the stars seem to fly. We stepped the quantum drive, the engines roared alive. I took a step down and things went awry. It was just a simple stare, nothing out of place. But then without a warning, I was lost in space. One moment I was there, the next I was gone, floating in the darkness. Man, what went wrong? What the hell went wrong? Fuck, I did it again, tried to walk down a stair. Got all twisted up, left floating in despair. Now I'm stranded out here like a fool with no class, begging you, my friend, come back and save my ass. I hit the comms panic, dude, you won't believe I'm floating out here, no way to conceive what the hell just happened. My ship's out of sight, and I'm praying that you'll turn back and make it right. The void's getting colder, my oxygen's thin. The stars are so pretty when your sight's going dim. I see you on my radar, but you're miles away. If you don't come quick, man, I may not see another day. Fuck, I did it again, tried to walk down a stair. Got all twisted up, left floating in despair. Now I'm stranded out here like a fool with no class, begging you, my friend, come back and save my ass. Sure is an ass. Oh, is it ass? just a glitch. Totally a glitch. I'm not quite sure, but goddamn sure is a bitch. So I'm yelling through the comms, hoping you'll respond, wishing I was back to where I truly belong. But you're finally turning, I see the engine flare, and man, when you find me, I'm not leaving my chair. Fuck, I did it again, tried to walk down a stair. Got all twisted up, left floating in despair. Now I'm stranded out here like a fool with no class, begging you, my friend, come back and save my ass. You're a big ass. You pulled me back in, and I'm swearing this time I'll keep my feet planted, I won't cross that line. But deep in my heart, I know it's not the end. In this crazy star system, I'll be back out again. Fuck, I did it again, but this time I'm alright. Gonna keep my ass planted through the entire flight. But if I find myself floating in the cold, empty space, you know who to call to come save my ass. Yeah, we laugh about it now, but I'll never forget the time I was drifting, cause the step I regret. Sure, we did regret. Lost in the darkness with hope wearing thin, but you found me in time, you brought me back in. So here's to the glitches, the bugs and the friends. It's always the glitches in this wild universe where the journey never ends. Woe is an ass. Woe is an ass.